Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. We apologize sincerely for the break in transmission due to technical issues. And now looking over to our newspapers for today, coming from The Nation, Punch, Daily Trust, and The Guardian newspaper. Now, the Nation newspaper, the major headline says 58.47 trillion naira budget 2026 within safe limits, says Finance Minister. And on the Punch newspaper headline says Tinubu executive order FG state local government allocation may increase by 15 trillion naira. And from the Daily Trust newspaper major headline says CSO's opposition rise against Electoral Act. And now coming from the Guardian newspaper major headline says how oldest presidents within safe limits. How oldest presidents tighten grip on youngest continent. And now our paper will be starting from the Punch newspaper, where the major headline says Tinubu executive order could boost government revenues by 15 trillion naira. In a fiscal shake-ups, President Bola Tinubu has signed a bold executive order that could see about 14.6 trillion naira more flow directly into the Federation account, and from there to the federal, state, and local governments. This new directive means that royalties, tax oil, and profit gas that used to be held back by deductions will now be paid straight into the national coffers. Officials say this could ease pressure on government finances, fund infrastructure, and potentially sharpen fiscal transparency across the oil and gas sector. Mr. Auta, I would like to know your take on this headline.
All right. We're seeing a shift in the fiscal landscape of the country. Given to this headline, we are seeing that there is more revenue that is accrued to the federal allocation account, necessitating this very headline, Tinubu's executive order, FG states LG allocation may increase by 15 trillion. Now, the question goes beyond the accumulation or increase in what we see in the Federation allocation account. The question remains, what can we achieve with these increments that we've seen to what the federating units would take home at the end of the month? Remember that this economy is where you see the subnationals go cap in hand at the end of every month for that sharing. However, Mr. S, I come to you. We are seeing a monumental increment. 15 trillion is homogeneous. And I ask, do you see this homogeneous amount that will be divided between the federal government and the federating units, the subnational, making enormous impact? And secondly, are we likely to see an increment in minimum wage?
Well, let me start from the letter. In terms of minimum wage, there are stipulated time for revisiting of the minimum wage. There are some number of years after which the government will go back to renegotiate with the labor for the increment of minimum wage. So it may not be immediately revisited, but certainly it will come to be. But when you talk about this 15 trillion that is going to be accrued to the Federation account extra, the executive bill Tinubu signed had to strip the NNPC of retaining this fund. It had to strip them of management of some part of this fund. These funds are from oil and gas, from gas profit, oil profit, and all those things are coming. Most often, the NNPC tends to retain this fund. Sometimes they even manage it. And how they manage it, we are not very sure about the audit, the, very transparent audit. Therefore, it is yet another move by the presidency to, ensure that they boost the national revenue. And you know that if they boost the national revenue, of course, it will also boost the GDP. So he now decided to do an executive order to strip these organizations of having this money. So these monies are now being paid straight to the federation account. So the federation account gets this money, and from there, the federal government and the federative units will now share. Certainly, our expectation is that we'll begin to see, especially the local government, which is the nearest to the people, begin to execute very, very many very many projects. I'm talking about projects that will touch on the people. They'll begin to build roads. They'll begin to, ensure infrastructural upliftment, because some are decayed. So, and then you talk about the states. Of course, that's where the hub of the money will come for the second tier of government. The states will begin to improve better than they had. For states that their administrations are working, the people will enjoy. There are states that are not performing, there are states that are performing. So you see states that are performing, if they put in more effort, then the people of the states, there'll be a change in their lives. Of course, the GDP of the state and everything about the state economically will be on the increase. So it is a very wonderful thing for the president. It's a policy, the policy will generally spur more development in Nigeria if well implemented. Remember, it's not about sharing money. It's about using the money for the benefit of the Nigerian people. It's not about, writing huge sums of money on the pages of newspaper, but allowing the money to trickle down and impact on the lives of the people. If it is not so, then it becomes a failure. If you write, we have how many billion, trillion, and we do not see the impact on the generality of the masses, then whatever policy that government has, taken as ensured is a failure. They have not implemented anything effectively. So, after saying about what the states, the federal government, local government, the state government and local government will get, let us see the realness of that huge sum of money on the lives of the people, in the agri sector, in the industrial sector, in ensuring the infrastructural decay and newer infrastructure, in employment, creating wealth that will generate jobs for the teeming population of Nigerians. So that is exactly what we are talking about, what we are thinking that we expect from government. But for the money to come and the executive order that actually seeded the money to go into the federal account, beautiful arrangement. But federal government must ensure the judicious use of that money at all the tiers of government. When it comes to local government, let it not be hijacked by the states that share a joint account with the local government. Let it be straight on used by the people vested with the responsibility of managing local government funds. The chairman. Let the chairman not be tied to the whims and caprices of the governors of the state, where you find out that they get a whole lot of money, but nothing is seen on ground. I learned most recently that a governor in the southeast called the local government chairman and said he's disappointed. I wonder if he's disappointed, which means they have not done anything. And surely you find out that not much has been done. In fact, they are only paying salaries of the workers in their local governments and nothing but that. They have not embarked on any capital project that will impact on the lives of the rural populace, capital projects that will make, agriculture worthwhile. Even the security of the local governments, I don't think they have done much outside what the states are doing. Well, it will be unfortunate if we have that kind of money and we do not smile at the end of the day.
It will be quite unfortunate if we have that kind of money and we do not smile at the end of the day. However, I know you did speak to wishing that this money will be used to impact the people's life in Nigeria. But I ask, do you envisage situation where this extra fund will go into infrastructural development, or are we most likely going to, lose this homogeneous fund that will be shared by the subnationals to overhead costs, speaking to the subnational, the state, and the local government level?
How are you going to? You've been taking care of your overheads all along. Why are you going to use such humongous money for overhead? The money should go into capital projects, and that will make a whole lot of difference in the lives of the people. So our expectation is not as if I'm envisaging. My expectation is that the government of the day will put in this money into meaningful projects that will be sustainable, projects that will create environment, jobs. When you say sustainable development, that is to say you'll be able to help maybe an agri extension farm and make it thrive and make the products worthwhile, so that all around the year people will be doing their farming and selling products and making money and be paying taxes to government. Well, that's exactly what I mean. Very sustainable development. If they're able to maybe initiate production, for instance, let them also, they could use the money to initiate a production company and possibly let it for private management, assign it or sell to the public, so that the people will manage this production, get back their money still, and plunge it back to another production. So those people will manage these companies, because government doesn't know how to manage companies. We have seen government companies fail over time. The managed companies, I don't know what happens to them. It is about the persons who are given the responsibility to manage. They don't think that, in fact, they say in an Igbo adage, ewu adotutuwelu agu nebuya. That is, a goat owned by too many people suffers hunger. This is because no particular person will be so much interested in feeding that goat.
Okay.
That is the way it is. When a company is owned by Nigeria, anybody that comes in will say, after all, it is not my father's company. The person will loot and loot and loot, provided the person has seen the ways out, because they have created ways out of these misappropriations. So most often you find out that you cannot get them. They get auditors, they get, auditors that can, manipulate the audits, that you difficultly find out that money has been stolen.
Yeah.
It's only those who does things with reckless abandon, that is the people you always catch the moment they go into any of those looting spree. So our expectation is that they will not loot our money. Let them use the money for things that will benefit the masses, create jobs.
All right, that's quite apt. But let me, ask, a lot of analysts have raised concern that the bulk of this shared allocation, that of the federal government, the bulk of it, may be going into debt servicing. Is that worrisome?
Oh yes, of course. Of course, that is exactly why the federal government budgets have not really achieved up to 50% since 2024. We have had less than 30% in 2024, less than 40% in 2025. And here we have another budget of 58 trillion. So the bulk of the money goes into debt servicing. Of course, the Minister of Finance and the Chairman of the Economic team said it is worrisome before the National Assembly. He complained that the high interest rate from the borrowing market, from the market where they borrow, is affecting them, and how to service the debts. Debt servicing, in fact, is taking almost all the money. That is why the federal government have not been able to realize its budgets, especially capital spendings. The moment they barely meet up with their recurrent spendings. So the capital spending has been at the lowest ebb. That's why we have not seen, a boom in terms of development, in terms of both physical development of the country, in infrastructural beef ups and all that. We have not seen that because the monies are going down the drain to the debts that are being serviced every year. The National Assembly are even suggesting that government should be able to sell off some of its, assets to lower the money that are going to be taken on debt servicing. But these are still being considered during the budget defense by the ministers, the coordinating minister and the other ministers along with them. They were suggesting to them that so much money is going into debt servicing in Nigeria. So, and government doesn't even mind going to borrow more. That is exactly the problem and the skepticism that has been shown by many Nigerians on we said we are removing fuel subsidy, and a whole lot of money is coming in from that removal. But you see, it's like you sell your dog to buy a monkey. You are still on the same terrain with something with four legs. Both the hands and the legs, they walk on that. So, one nunu berenana, berenambubu.
Meaning?
I will come to that. One nunu berenala. This is an Igbo adage. Berenala. Nokata yakwa berenambubu. Wakadoko na ebo ono.
So what does that
because
mean?
it's still on the land.
Okay.
Which means a bird that is perched on the ground, gradually moves to an upper place, is still on the ground.
Okay.
So, which means that when you sell the dog and buy a monkey, you still have something on four. The implication is that when you remove fuel subsidy and you are beginning to accumulate electricity subsidy, and which is also gulping a whole lot of trillions. Now, remember, these are responsibilities where some of these 15 trillion we're talking about are going to go, because federal government will certainly cut these things for the payment of the electricity tariff, subsidy. Now, if we are paying for subsidy, but we are not able to, share the electricity to Nigeria, even when we claim that we have as much as 10 megawatts to 15 megawatts. I don't know how realistic that is. But we are incapable of, giving 3,000 megawatts or 3,100 megawatts to Nigerians. And what is 3,000 megawatts to a country as big as Nigeria? What will it do? And look at us in this studio. We are not using the national grid, for instance. Most often, we are on a generator or another source of electricity. So, that is not the way to go. That is not the way to go. And optimization of everything you do should hinge on power and a few other things before you get optimal level in anything that you are doing in Nigeria. Because power is very essential for the purpose of ensuring that businesses continue and grow. So our expectation is that this money should be used for the people. I am afraid that majority of the money will still go for debt servicing.
All right. Looking at information available to us, concerning fears, a lot of analysts, argue that there is high opportunity that these accrued funds that will be shared between the federal government and the subnational may end up being misapplicated or misappropriated, given information that is available after the life of each administrations, where you've seen prosecution of former government officials. And I ask, just like you raised concern and you advised government, especially the federal government, to see to it that the subnationals judiciously use these funds. And I want to ask, how would they ensure such without breaching the fundamental rule of law?
No, you see, when you say ensuring, there are many ways the federal government could show interest in what is being done at the federal units. For instance, remember that the president went to court for financial autonomy of the local government. Remember. And we went to Supreme Court, it got judgment. And the Supreme Court says states should leave the funds for local governments for them to perform. And most recently, the president also reiterated that position and asked the states to stay away from the local government funds and allow the chairman, the management of the local governments, to use this fund effectively. Now, because it is a Supreme Court ruling, it's a law. And anything short of that, the misappropriation or whatever rule that law that holds mismanagement of fund, that holds embezzlement, that holds, will play out on anyone found to be encroaching on the local government fund. Do you understand it? And that is exactly why I said federal government can ensure. Federal government could ensure that through the use of their anti-graft agencies, empowering the anti-graft agencies to be more effective in reaching out to look at what is being done at the state and the local government levels. That is how federal government can ensure that. So federal government has a way and all the way without to ensure that these monies are judiciously used. The EFCC is there, the ICPC is there, of course even the police is there. Police is a general duty organization. Whether anti-graft, anti-anything, they can handle any kind of something, okay? If it goes beyond their jurisdiction, they will hand over to either ICPC or EFCC, as the case may be. Of course, in these areas, there are several duplication of functions, but then they still know how to synergize and work together. So what we are saying is that these agencies will have to go in and look at how these people are using these funds. Except that, or I feel sad that our accountants, auditors, have become so smart to outsmart some of these rules that might catch up with misappropriation, embezzlement, and all this. That's why you find out that those who are careful employ the best auditors and accountants to retire these funds, yet it will not be seen to have been used judiciously.
All right. Thank you very much for that in-depth analysis on that issue.
All right, thank you very much. Now moving over to our next paper from today, coming from the Guardian newspaper, that says how oldest presidents tighten grip on youngest continent. Now zooming out to the broader African context this morning, a Guardian feature has spotlighted a growing trend. A number of Africa's longest serving presidents, many well into their 70s and 80s, are being criticized for holding on to power and shaping political systems in ways that stifle younger voices. Now, the article describes how entrenched leadership styles, electoral manipulation, and weakened opposition structures can slow democratic momentum on a continent with one of the world's youngest population. With youth population booming, many now question if legacy governance models still serve Africa's future. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your take.
All right. It's become very worrisome that in Africa, when you look at the leadership that we have here, the disparity between the leadership and the demography that has the highest largest population, which is the youth, when you see the disparity is quite much, and this traverses at length and breadth of Africa. Look at Alassane Ouattara of Ivory Coast is 83. When you travel to Cameroon, Paul Biya, I suppose he has to hold a walking stick. He is quite old. And this becomes the scenario across Africa. It does speak of other presidents. Look, I've spoken to Paul Biya. You look at Theodore Obiang of Equatorial Guinea. Look at Uganda, for example, Museveni. Where you travel around, the story is the same all across. And it still continues to be the same, that you have sit-tight leaders as well, people who spent more than a decade on throne and they don't want to go. And what you see is situation where even when they are retiring, like we witnessed in Togo, for example, after 38 years, you saw where a father handed over to the son who has been holding sway since 2005 as well. So it becomes worrisome, and you ask, and that's what I want to ask Mr. Rez as well, because I don't quite understand it. How does these grandfathers, how would they be able to understand the trends, to understand that the younger generation are on a fast lane, moving on with the AIs, the new advent of technology? And perhaps, Mr. Rez, is this why Africa seems to be, stagnant for choice of words, or not to use backward when compared to other continents?
Well, you find out, you see, The problem of Africa is about the way they perceive life. Of course, there are, you know, leaderships across the other parts of the world that could survive for so long. Yet, they have been able to develop their own nations. We have people, places like Brunei. The Sultan of Brunei is still in power. All the dynasties are still there. The dynasty in some of these Middle East countries, the dynasty in Europe, they are all still there. The queen, the king and queen of England is still there and all that. But that is not to say that sitting tight in governance, political leadership is a very good thing. The moment somebody is old, that is exactly why we made our constitution to, say that a particular age should not come into being. But we have not made part of the constitution to say that a particular age should not come into being. But a particular age should come into being. Those who are 30 should come. But we should be able to say those who are 70 should not come, or those who are 75, as the case may be. Go to Cameroon, for instance. The man is already fidgeting. He only comes out. He was not even in Cameroon when they did the last election that resulted in the problem. Even the man who claimed to have won that election is now in exile. You see, so you find out that in Zimbabwe, remember, before the president left, he was almost the oldest president in the world at that time. So it has become the culture of African leaders to sit tight in, and that is why we've been having problems. When you see military trying to, for those who are able to unseat their own presidents, of course they become heroes, more so when they begin to do good things that will affect the lives of the people. Because most of these sit tight are like puppets. I want to believe there's a new form of colonialism that's going on in Africa. Remember that Africa has been colonized by various parts of the world. But the new form of colonialism is that those people stay in their countries to now think about who leads the country and keeps the person there on the throne for as long as they can and begin to now exploit the rich resources of those nations. That is exactly what happens in Africa. It's not just about our own people. It's about, you see, I will always come and say an adage again. In Igbo, nwanunu na-agba egwu na ụzọ nwere na-akụrụ egwu n'ime ọfịa.
Meaning?
Good. When you see a bird dancing somewhere on the road, then you find out that the drummers are somewhere in the bush for that bird. Which means when you have these sit-tight presidents and leaders in Africa, there are people who are playing the drums. He's dancing. The drum is dancing are the drums that kept him there. He's dancing them for the purpose of ensuring that those who are playing for him are enriched and they'll get what they want, and they too, the leaders will get their own personal gains, not the gain of the majority of the people. And it is very bad. It is not a very good thing for Africa. For Africa to develop, we must, take ourselves out of this modern colonialism. If we do not, we will still be where we are, just like the proverbial bird who moves from the level ground to the upper ground and still on the same ground. So we will still be on the same page, on the same place, on the same level we have always been. Look at Nigeria, how many years old? And still, we are still battling to produce power. How many years? The people we started with, who are in the Asian countries, are far better. How much does India, how much does Malaysia produce in terms of power? There we are talking about hundreds of thousands of megawatts, and you are still talking about 3,000, 5,000 megawatts in Nigeria. It's unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate indeed. Mr. Reyes, I know you've spoken to neocolonialism, just like Walter Rodney did, speak to these issues. But I ask, being that this one witness here away from the dynasty and the monarchical system that the Brunei is cited as an example is going through, but what we have in Africa is an abuse of process where the constitution is jettisoned and more often rewritten to serve the whims and caprice of these Sithite rulers. I do not call them leaders. And you have even where the younger generation of them, or what you look at as nationalists who happened upon power, now toward the same line, speaking to the issue in Rwanda, where everybody hails the strides of Paul Kagame, but we've seen that he is equally, not living anytime soon. And I ask, without the military option, what are the chances for Africa to realize its potential from and by ensuring that we have a leadership that is useful, not just in terms of age, but in terms of development, technological advancement? The rest of the world are speaking to traveling to the moon. The rest of the world are moving away from our own source of energy to harnessing, their environment better. The rest of the world have conquered, in a larger extent, banditry and kidnapping. But this thing seems to be the same story across the length and breadth of Africa.
Let us even say that the rest of the world, the other parts of the world have conquered hunger. Let us even limit ourselves to hunger. We are talking about hunger disease, health. That is what is prevalent in Africa. These people call themselves leaders. They do not care whose ox is God. They're not interested on the welfare of the people. That is exactly why they do that. When you say about younger generation, many of the younger generation are part of these problems. They are part of this problem because sometimes the younger generation, look at somebody's father will hand over to him and he sits tight as well. But he has friends. He grew up with some people who are also young as himself. But he's just privileged to be the son of a former or a president who will hand over to him. He is now creating a dynasty. And you say they jettison the constitution. Sometimes they don't. What they do is they rewrite, like you said, the constitution to favor themselves. And what do they do to use? Because the people are hungry, they use money, give it to the people that are set to actually do their whims and caprices, and they do it for them to sit tight in office. So it is disheartening to know that Africa may not move to another level if this syndrome of sit tight, if this syndrome of not minding about the welfare of the people continues. That is exactly why we are crying, even in our own nation, Nigeria, that after so many years, so many presidents, with so many policies and ideas, we still have not moved any inch forward.
We've not moved any inch forward, quite apt in the manner you put it. And now, moving away from these old issues, I would want to get your commentaries on a few issues, for want of time. And information available to us is that Rivers State House of Assembly has suspended impeachment proceedings against Similaye Fubra and his deputy Ngozi Odu, marking a significant shift in the prolonged political crisis in the state.
Yes, because Tinubu once again, came into the matter and settled the godfather and the godson, and asked the members of the House of Assembly to share their thoughts. And that is exactly how it happened. And of course, Fubara has gone back, dissolved the State Executive Council, possibly to begin to accommodate all the other people for peace to reign. And he has been mandated, it is mandatory that he should be able to respect his godfather as the leader, political leader of the Tinubu. What is the mantra again? What is the
your mandate?
Hope,
okay, renewed hope agenda.
Renewed hope agenda that Wike is the leader of the renewed hope agenda, and therefore Fubara must also pay allegiance to that, and that is exactly what has brought about the new peace in Rivers State. So our expectation is that the peace will remain, so that the people of Rivers State will enjoy democracy dividends. Otherwise, if it goes back to square one, I wonder what will happen. It might fall down to the level of anarchy.
All right, thank you very much. And away from that, moving on to the former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, who's been in the custody of EFCC, seems not to be going home anytime soon, as we were hearing that ICPC has declared that he is in their custody amidst the protests from his lawyers about the search on his home.
Yeah, EFCC gave him bail about 2 days ago, 8 p.m. He was rearrested by the DSS. So the DSS rearrested him, and where he is presently, either in the DSS or ICPC detention. So I don't know if ICPC has a detention. I don't know, but that is the situation. And of course, the DSS or the federal government has even gone to court on what they said is a cyber crime against him and so on. So the troubles of El-Rufai have just begun, because you see, it's not easy to stand as an opposition, more so when you were in government. The government will use its agencies, its power to look at you again critically, and if it is possible, they'll strangle you. When I'm saying strangling, means it's not about snapping life out of you, but it's about finding out, because I would have used the word in Igbo, but it's not very palatable. But if you begin to look at most anuses, you find out there are smells coming from there, no matter how well washed you do it. So those in government, if you look at them critically, you find out that most people in Africa, in Nigeria, who has passed through government, may not come out completely 100% free from financial impropriety.
All right, and thank you very much for that. And moving away from that, let's speak about Mr. President's gift to the nation, where we are seeing the Electoral Act 2026, has gone into full effect following the assent by Mr. President, describing it again as a gift.
Yeah, you could say it's a gift, but Nigerians are agitated about that law. They're agitated and they're still agitated. Nigerians are still agitated. Like I said, you will see as we go on that some people may even go to court challenging that enactment. The president called it a gift. He's excited. At least everybody wants to come back. He has a plan for re-election, and these senators too. The politicians want to come back, and they want to come back through fair or foul means because the Nigerian politicians, most of them, are tied to the Niccolo Machiavelli's principle of end justifying means. So if the end justify the means, they do certain things. What they want to do is get there first. You can now go to court. They know how to control the courts and how to use the instrumentality of the court to succeed. So they are not interested in all that. What they're interested in when the election comes, if there are means to make one be elected, they will do it. And that's why some of them go for vote buying. Some of them even train thugs and arm them. Excuse me. Some of them do so many other things, use money to buy, influence electoral officers, the Aneke electoral officers to ensure that they scale through. So these are parts of what we see in Nigeria electoral system.
All right, thank you very much for those in-depth analysis. But finally, before I let you off the hook, following the conference or the summit of traditional and religious leaders and health, in Abuja, we saw where a traditional ruler from Enugu State, Ezago, Olo in Ezago, publicly asked Mr. President for the release of Nnamdi Kanu against the coronation of Sunday Igboho by Oni of Ife, where he stood to tell them that they see Sunday Igboho as southwestern version of Nnamdi Kanu, and asked Mr. President that the buck stops on his table and Nnamdi Kanu should be released.
Well, it is a very beautiful stand because what is happening in the Southeast, you see, the Southeasterners demand for whatever they want to, sometimes secession, sometimes presidency, is because they have been marginalized over the years since after the war. So the call was a good call. It represents the mind of the Southeasterners. It represents the mind of the people whose consciousness is in Biafra. We are not talking about secession here. I believe Biafra is a consciousness, the Igbo man's conscious resilience and all the things that Igbo man does for himself. That is what it is. So if the president will see that we are going for a true reconciliation and reconstruction and rejuvenation of marginalized people, he should think of a way of making the people happy. Release their son. Since there are other persons, like in the north now, we are seeing Sheikh Gumi as one person who does everything and goes away with it. So why is our own different? So if he doesn't want to do that, let him return him to Kenya. That is what the traditional ruler did. And that traditional ruler was the former chairman of the Traditional Rulers Council in Enugu State.
Thank
An
you.
ambassador.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now that is all for our newspaper review here today on Sunrise. And do not forget to grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or card the e-paper online for more broad information. And up next is our sports update for the man himself, Good Hope, the sports oracle. Over to you, Good Hope.
All right, thank you very much. It's already on the news how the Nigeria Super Eagles head coach Eric Chelle, has made demands for the extension of his contract, which he which was released yesterday, which he has demanded 19 things that he needs to be effected before his contract will be renewed with the Super Eagles, and including it, one of the key facts there should be the salary, and not the payment time, but also the amount that he has said that he should be paid. That is about $130,000 for him and his, including him and all his staffs. Now I'm asking, I'm throwing it open here, Mr. Che, Mr. Rex, looking at this demand, what he has demanded and things that are on the list, do you actually think he's asking for too much, seeing how he has performed so far, what he's actually done? Or don't you think those things are the basic things that we should, as a country, provide for someone who is taking care of our Super Eagles, something like that? Yes.
Well, it's dependent on what Nigeria wants. What is Nigeria like? What's our economy like? You see, Nigeria must always, they say that you should cut your coats according to the cloth you have, not according to your size. If the cloth you have cannot do for your size, how do you cut it according to your size? You cut according to the cloth you have. So, whatever expenditure Nigeria is going to make on the sponsorship of the Super Eagles, it should be within the confines of what they are capable of doing financially. What is the standard of living of Nigerians? When you are going to pay $130,000 monthly, if you sum it up, you see how much it is. It runs into many
It's
billion.
about 180 million naira.
No, it cannot be 180 million only. 130,000 per year.
He's asking for 130,000 per
Per
year,
year.
$113,000 as salary.
Yes.
So, all these other demands may be beyond 180
yes.
when you
Okay, you're
sum
talking
them.
about generally what he's asking.
$130,000 alone for 1 year. If you multiply it by 12,
No, not yearly, monthly.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now monthly, by 12. Now that is monthly.
Okay,
by
yes,
12.
yes.
That will give you a whooping sum. Then you see, you think about what Nigerians do. Of course, he's a good coach. How much was he paid while he was coaching his own country? So, how much have we ever paid a coach before? Have we ever paid any coach as much as that? We have had coaches that brought us cups. We have never paid any one of them as much as this kind of sum. So, but if Nigeria can do it, fine and good. But I do not see where Nigeria will do that with many other things he has requested. He has requested many other things, but those things are still, good for him, because that is a welfare to make his service better.
Yes.
But the last sum of money, he needs to come down a little bit.
Okay. I would like to hear Deborah's on what Deborah thinks about this. looking at the, apart from the money, seeing what he actually wanted are the things that we can, like, as a country, these are including 24 hours electricity. Like, imagine that he is making this request. Do you think this was already somewhere there? Do you think it makes a lot of sense to ask for this?
Okay. Well, if you look at the list, especially 24 hours light, we all know that it's not possible. And most times, when I saw this list, what came to my mind is he probably doesn't want this contract to be extended.
Okay.
Yes, because there are some people, when you want them to, you don't want them to retain you, you demand for what is not possible. Yes, so he's looking for an avenue where he goes. Because I saw it where other club are trying to sign him, like they're interested in him. So and then they said he still has a year left in this contract.
Yes.
So he's probably looking for a way out.
Okay, I somehow to your line of argument, now that you spoke to it, I now realize that it's possible that he's trying to set, a bargain that is unattainable by Nigeria as a leeway for him to buy out from his position, the right of refusal or the right of Nigeria to resign him, because we are quite aware, at least the Sports Oracle, speaks to it often, that the European clubs like Real Madrid and other Spanish clubs are, interested
in signing
perhaps maybe rumor, but there is an interest, so we are in bringing him over. And speaking from that, yes, I may begin to look at, and you already know my position on these issues when it comes to national team. Fine. When you take a look at this list, for example, when I go to number 13, you understand, for example, on his demands, he says no interference in team selection and players call-up. It speaks to the whole issues, the whole challenge that I speak to when you talk about the Nigerian football, which is why I've taken, a certain armchair when I speak about Nigerian football. This is a coach. You don't know what he has experienced in this few period that has been with Nigeria, speaking to interference, where people would want to handpick players for the coaches. And when you go through this list as well, it speaks to the whole thing that is wrong with this nation. Look at him demanding, like she just brought out, 24-hour power supply. What does it tell the world? What does it speak to the image of this nation? What does it speak to your football? And again, if we just scan through this list, it speaks to the whole issues that we talk about, the fundamental problem from and with our football. While one may grant that perhaps he was out, but even if he was out or he was in, I'm going through this list, Mr. Good Hope, and it tells you that there's no hope in sight. When we look at the whole demands here, this is not what is obtainable in other federation. And I keep arguing that we need to come back home, restructure our football, restructure the glass house, then look inwards. Because the more I look at this list, one may tend to say that they are outrageous, but I think they are not. He is asking you that bonuses has to be paid. Where in the world do people remind national football management bodies that you have to pay players allowance?
That is why I took my stand that I only commented on $130,000 monthly. You see, that is why, because I saw the other parts of the list are things that will make what he's doing to actually work for him. He wants to get results, and he doesn't want influences. He doesn't want distractions. You see, to have electricity in his house is a form of giving him the necessary welfare for him not to have distractions, for him not to feel bad about anything, and that you should not interfere with what he's doing and team selection and so on. This is the proper responsibility of a coach. It is in Nigeria that you have all these technical build up by the glass house that tends to interfere with the decisions of our coaches. That is exactly what we have.
I also say this because a lot of people on X, on social media platforms, have been saying a lot of things. He did not take us to AFCON, and we did not win the AFCON that he took us to. I want to even talk about that side of not having the ability to travel around across the local leagues. I'm sure that was why he had to choose foreign-based players.
Mr. Goodhope, Sports Oracle, I understand your point, but away from the fact that he didn't win whatever competition or benchmark they've set for him, it doesn't take away from the fact that this man has brought to bear the wrath, the decay in our football. When we look at that, a coach is asking for the right proper equipment, supply of proper equipment in accordance to the coach's demand. It speaks to the issue from his experience. This footballer has been here that perhaps what he had for training were substandard equipment that couldn't meet the bare minimum. Look at other demands here. Monthly meeting. No, look at the last 19. Monthly meeting with the national team coaches. What does he have to demand? For him to demand means that he doesn't have that access. Do you understand? So for me, it's not about, I'm not excited that he didn't win, but for the first time, I'm beginning to think that we'll have a coach with the right mentality to confront the Nigerian footballing challenge. For him to have the audacity to demand, I don't know how this came to public knowledge. Usually, you wouldn't see things like this. For this to have come to public knowledge, for me, if these were actually his demands, I think we'll have a right coach here with the right mentality who understands the Nigerian situation and is willing to confront it. That a coach is asking for the bare minimum. When you look at other issues here, what you will see is that the Nigerian football has been failing because there are men who's been micromanaging our football away from the coaches in the football field. So we need to address this. Beyond either meeting or not meeting this demand, we have to meet these whole issues for us to have a footballing body and restore that, the status of this game that unites Nigerians more than any other thing. Away from our religion is generalized, it stands as the unifying factor for Nigeria. And we need to do something about that.
Yes, of course, we need to do something about that, and this is all for today's Sports on Sunrise. Thank you very much.
All right, moving over to the business update. We are looking at yesterday, Wednesday, February 18, 2026. The Nigerian equities market bounced back to the green and reclaimed its bullish momentum after a brief dip on Tuesday. The all-share index ASI appreciated by 0.56%, closing at 190,427.96 points. The recovery added approximately 684 billion naira to the market capitalization, which settled at its historic 122.24 trillion naira. Investor sentiment remains strong as bargain hunting in the banking and oil and gas sectors overwhelmed selling pressure in other areas. And then we look at the gainers were led by industrial and logistics stocks, with several hitting the maximum daily limit. And when we look at the profiters, the top five gainers, we saw that they were led by Beta Glass, which closed this trading yesterday at 498 naira 50 kobo, making a positive plus 10% adjustment. And the last on the top game of five gainers is Japan Gold and Ventures, which closed trading yesterday at 3 naira 33 kobo, making a plus 9.90% positive adjustment. And I would say that there were profit taking, which continue to affect some mid-cap stocks, which following recording the most significant decline led by Big Capital Management, which closed trading yesterday in the negative minus 10%, closing at 6 naira 30 kobo. And we are seeing micro industries in the pharmaceutical sector closing trading yesterday at 84 naira 25 kobo in the negative of minus 9.99%. And the last on that list is IB Mortgage Bank, which closed trading yesterday equaling the negative minus 9.62 to close its book at 10 naira 80 kobo. And looking at the market summary at a glance, we see that total volume traded was 3.67 billion units, valued at 61.88 billion naira, and we see that the deals totaled 68,693,000 deals that were made. But the market resilience suggests that investors are positioning themselves ahead of the peak corporate earnings season and looking at Naira performance, yes, can tell you that the Naira showed remarkable resilience supported by a significant boost in Nigeria's external reserve. The gap between the official and parallel market continued to narrow, reflecting a move towards price convergence. And looking at the official market, will tell you that the Naira closed yesterday at 1,338 Naira 11 kobo as against the dollar, and moving away at the parallel market, popularly called the black market. We will tell you that the local currency strengthened significantly, gaining 10 Naira to close at 1,370 Naira against the dollar. This spread, is the premium or gap between the official and black market rates has now shrunk to approximately 32 Naira, a sharp improvement from the 92 Naira spread seen last week. And that's it for today on the business update. But please, before you make any incursion or investment into the Nigerian capital market, do well to consult a certified financial expert due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that, and also thank you for staying with us till this very moment. Do not forget to reach us out on our social media platforms, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you on our show every morning. I am Deborah Mwakuba.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Resarum, for those in-depth analysis. We are so grateful to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Uche.
All right, and to you, the man of many paths, Mr. Goodhope, the sports oracle. Thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we say thank you. Keep watching till we come your way, same time next week. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, The state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. But before we proceed, we apologize for the break in transmission. Those are due to technical errors, and we are happy to be back, and thank you for joining us. Today, on The Insight, we look at the state of the nation. Today, Nigeria as a nation stands at a crossroad that feels all too familiar, yet more urgent than ever. We are in February 2026. The year the government promised would be the year of delivery. After 2 years of belt tightening, the data from the central bank tells us the macroeconomy is finally stabilizing. GDP is creeping up to 4.3%. The naira is showing resilience we haven't seen in many years. But statistics don't eat, and they don't vote. While the spreadsheet in Abuja show progress, the reality in Woro village in Kwara State is one of fire and mourning following the recent massacre. While NNPC debates the viability of our refineries, the average Nigerian family is still calculating the cost of a bag of rice against a shared electricity bill that is no longer fully subsidized by the state. With the 2027 elections already casting a long shadow over the National Assembly and a fresh debate over Electoral Act threatening to shift the goalpost once again, the question today is simple. Are the pains of reform finally yielding a harvest, or are we simply treading waters before next storm? Today, we are joined by Chime Emmanuel, a public affairs analyst, to dissect the state of the nation. Sir.
Thank you very much and good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to have you on the
Thank you. I'm quite obliged being here with you.
All right. Yeah. Let's just get straight into it.
Yeah.
And let's start with the current issue in Nigeria today. And we're speaking to electoral reforms, where we are being told that the National Assembly has rejected the mandatory electronic transmission of results in 2026 Electoral Act Amendment Bill. And I want to ask, when you heard this news, what was your reaction?
My reaction is that, the decision of the National Assembly will not be different from that of the opinion or the decision of the leader, the principal of National Assembly, that's the Senate.
Come again.
I said the decision of the National Assembly wouldn't be different,
okay,
from the personality. The decision of the personality of the principal of National Assembly, the Senate.
Okay.
And so what I mean here is this. Remember, build up to 2023 general election, while primaries were on everywhere within different political parties, Ababio that we have today as our Senate President, rightly contested for presidency. I hope you know too well, right?
Sure.
Contested for presidency, that's within APC primaries. And so he forfeited the right, according to our constitution, he forfeited the right to contest for Senate. All right, because the two primaries happened during the same occasion. Akpabio did not contest for Senate primaries.
Okay.
And so Akpabio today is our Senate president. How did he in the first instance made it to the Senate? That is the question that is yet a puzzle for legal scholars in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria, to detect how Akpabio made it to the Senate in the first instance. So who made Akpabio the Senate, a senator, to the extent of becoming a Senate president today? From not from not contesting, not buying form for Senate at all, for Senate primaries at all, to becoming a senator. The person that was instrumental to making Akpabio finally now said that Akpabio was the one that won a primaries election. That Akpabio did not contest in the primary, he didn't participate in it. Kekerekun, our today sitting CJN, was instrumental to it. Our former CJN, that's Ali Wala, happens to be instrumental to it. And today Akpabio is now blandishing different policies that he know is totally anti-people. Now, when we take it to Electoral Act 2022, then you remember that 2022 Electoral Act made everything so dicey. It's more like you have the document, you have the template with you. So do to it whatever you so wish. If you choose to play to the right, that's your to your own choice. If you choose to play to the left, to your own choice. And so that was what Yakub Mahmoud rightly told us in the last election, after last election, when we are questioning him on what had played out. He rightly told us prior to the election, he told us that Aneke was going to transmit in the real time. That was exactly what Yakub rightly told us, the former Aneke chairman. He said they're going to transmit in the real time to IREV. Alright? And so we agreed with them. But after the elections, we started asking questions. And so Aneke now came up with another narrative. They said that it was a policy guideline. It was a guideline. It wasn't constitutional. And going to the court to go and contest whatever that happened in the last election, the court told us, the court could not hold INEC based on what they use. Based on their own guideline. The court could not hold them. Meanwhile, the constitution was very clear. Constitution gave INEC that prerogative to decide whether they will transmit electronically in the real time or they will transmit using manual process of collection of results. And so that was why we entered into the ditch that our democracy entered into. And INEC declared our sitting president today. Right? And so we begin to ask, why was it that it was only the presidential results, election results, that couldn't get transmitted? But every other ones that was done the same day. Remember, the presidency and that of a presidential result and that of National Assembly, both chambers, were done the same day and were all transmitted, but only the presidency failed to be transmitted.
We were told there was a technical glitch.
No, that technical glitch that they told us about, why did it not affect National Assembly results?
But nobody could dictate what happens with technology.
No, because I participated in the election, you should know.
Okay.
I was at my own polling unit, I casted my vote, and everything were being transmitted, simultaneously.
Okay.
There was no one that were, kept letter to be transmitted later. No, all the votes were casted at the same time. It wasn't something like you cast this particular one, it's going to be uploaded, and you wait, then you cast another one. No, it wasn't. It was all done simultaneously. Remember, when we are talking about beavers happen to be an equipment that including America is using. We didn't have our own. We didn't design our own. So if the best of the world are making use of it and it is working for them, they are not telling stories about it. Then what failed us wasn't the machines. It wasn't the equipment. It was the human involvement that failed us.
No, but
and so what we are now talking about is...
Just hold on a bit. Okay. But hold on a bit. These are weighty allegations, and it's been proven over time. When it comes to technology, you cannot dictate how these things function, especially when you cite United States of America, for example. These are different environments which play a big factor on how technology functions, and these issues have been tested in court. And we all agree that yes, there was a glitch. I bet there are different opinions to that. But coming down to February 2026, we are speaking to the issue of the 2020 electoral amendment. And you want us to understand that the leadership of the Senate cannot separate themselves from the bill. But it wasn't just the Senate president, because he's just one among equals. It is the Senate generally,
I hope you know.
in their wisdom,
I hope
that voted against that.
I hope you know that what we have today is APC Senate that bears Nigeria coat of arms. I hope you know.
No, I don't.
No, that's exactly what is happening now. That's my word. I'm not putting it to you.
Yeah,
that's my
that's
word.
your opinion. But the
Yes.
pass on ground is that we have oppositions.
No, let's come. We don't have oppositions in the National Assembly again. I hope you know.
I know there are members of the PDP and Labour in
No.
and ADC
No,
in
maybe
the National
you are not
Assembly.
following up with the current affairs as it is playing out in the Senate.
Okay.
On daily basis, every Eke market day, in numbers, they are driving into APC. Because they are being
doesn't mean that we don't have opposition there.
Now, how many of the oppositions? What's going to make up your voice to speak and say, no, this is not going to be, or this is my opinion? Did you know that we had an opposition? That was an opposition, the voice of Senator Natasha. Did you know what she felt? Do you know the kind of fate that she faced?
That's it.
Now, but let's drag it to the center here. There was never a proven ground that Nigeria or that IREV encountered technical glitch. It was only accepted by those who, what we have in Nigeria today is not federal character. We have in Nigeria today a captured federation. Federal capture, that's what we have. Our judiciary have been captured, and it is no longer a news.
Those are weighty
No,
allegations.
it's not an allegation.
It's not proven.
It is not an allegation. No, it's not an allegation. Let me come.
Those are weighty allegations.
Let me come. Are you aware that prior to now, Nyesom Wike, I have the evidences right here in my phone, rightly said, it made the major headlines on paper, rightly said, build up to his recent issues with Fuba, he rightly said that he helped APC in Osun State using the court to hold down the funds of Osun State local government funds.
Do you have issue with that?
I don't have issue with that. But if a politician, a minister, not the minister of justice, a minister of FCT will tell you that he helped, he used the court.
No.
Now, what did that tell you? It then tells you that justice was at some point subverted.
Just a moment. I think what is at play here is matter of semantics. That he said he used the court means that he simply went to court, got injunctions on papers. A litigant, the court is bound to follow.
Now, let me give you another one. Let me give you another one. I hope you know that our president today, our incumbent president, that post his public address out there at Chatham House in 2022. Immediately after that, he addressed his followers, and he rightly told them, he said, that power is not served in a la carte, it's not served in the restaurant. He said, you grab it, you snatch it, and you run away with it. I hope you heard about it. Or is that an allegation as well?
Is there a different interpretation to it?
No, the interpretation now is this. All that played out in 2023 election, as it had to do with the outcome, the clear-cut outcome of the 2023 election, showed that he ran with it. He snatched it, he grabbed it, he ran with it.
He ran for the election, only contested, and he is declared winner. That's the interpretation.
Let me come. Now, this is exactly the build-up again for 2027.
Okay.
To have exactly what we had in 2023. So that by then, if you go to court, remember, Aneke chairman declared Tinubu winner.
No.
And he declared him winner.
And the court
of the election. Now, as immediately he declared him winner, he said go to court.
Okay.
Right?
Which is
constitutionally right. Go to court that he said was because he already knew that court had been taken. It's already within his pocket.
Let me come.
It is.
No, the constitution, the next thing in line is that when INEC declares who the chairman of INEC represents, when they declare a result, the next thing constitutionally for anybody to do is to go and challenge that in court.
Have you ever seen in Nigerian court in the recent time where you go to court and you see justice? What we get in court today in Nigeria is judgment, not justice. I hope you're aware of that.
No. Let's set it right. Do you understand? A lot of times people still go to court, they obtain judgments, who can't lump this
Judgment,
together.
not justice.
No, they get judgment, and you can't say that when the judiciary gives judgment that is not justice, and you allow within the law to still question depending on the level. And when it comes to the issue of presidency, the result that was announced, it was questioned, and there was a unanimous decision.
Thank you. How can you explain that a man after election that contested for governorship, and after election, a man that scored the fourth position after election, finally became the first position? How can you explain that?
The law in court, they found it worthy. It depends on the facts available to the judges.
No, sir, let me tell you, sir.
Except you have alternative facts.
Let me tell you, sir.
You have alternative
Let me
facts.
tell you, sir.
Okay.
That was EU that came to observe 2023 election.
Okay.
And after the observation, they give us their findings.
Okay.
Even while the 2023 presidential election were being yet, contested in the court, right? And they gave their observation and their recommendations. One of them I want to talk about is that they said Nigerian government or Nigerian people, they should work on their constitution.
Okay.
And deal with ambiguity.
Okay.
Ambiguity has been a major issue with our laws in Nigeria, especially as it has to do with our electoral act. Now, part of that ambiguity is what we are discussing here now.
Okay.
Which is that INEC have the prerogative whether to transmit directly from the polling unit or to collect
manually
the result manually. Remember, the argument of the Senate happens to be simply that they say because of places not being covered by network.
Good.
The internet. Now, the beavers we are talking about is a machine that is being built with the capacity, one, to transmit with network, two, to also make transmission that may not reflect in the real time, but once you send it, once you capture, either scan or you snap and send, then it may not reflect on the iRev in the real time because of network. But as soon as there is network, when once you leave that particular location and get to the point where there is network, it will on its own automatically remit or deliver. Alright? And this what we are talking about here is from CEA 8. Right? And now, when we are talking about that, this is a form whereby after collecting results, entering the figures, then the various party agents have to sign and countersign to prove that they actually, in agreement with what the outcome happens to be. And so when it is being scanned or snapped and uploaded, be it network or no network, or pending when network comes, then what it means is that you cannot manipulate the result again because it's already there, waiting for delivery. You can't bring it back again and manipulate it. That is what it means. But do you know what we witnessed? If you have visited our iRev in the last election, you will see including human pictures being uploaded. Nigerians demanded that they want to see the result being uploaded, and INEC decided to do not upload whatever they so wish. And you will see electoral results being signed, countersigned by the various agents of the parties, right? And being altered. I have some of them in my phone and I can show you, will see it. Being altered, majority of them came from Rivers State, then from Lagos State as well. Being altered, you will see where it have columns where you write in figures and where you write as well in words, right? Then you will now have where you summarize the result that you have, and everybody will sign. Now you discover that it has been all signed only but for the powers that be to grab it, to snatch it, and to run away with it. And you will see what they actually did, the kind of rough job that they actually did on the result sheets. How they reduce the results, numbers that belong to a certain political party and certain candidates of the people, right? And borrowed figures from there and channeled it to another place. And perhaps they were able to cancel the figures, but that of the words, they couldn't do a very beautiful job there. But you will see a very rough job here.
What did the court say on that?
The court?
Yes.
Did the court discuss those things?
What was said?
No, did the court discuss those things?
Were brought before
no, the court did not discuss them.
They were not.
They didn't decode them because remember.
No, but
they are all permissible evidences.
Mr. Chime, let's go forward a bit. You know, when we look at these issues, these are all witty allegations. But in view of this review, don't you think that these issues that you're mentioning are part of the reason why the Senate, in its wisdom, allows INEC that prerogative to either collect manually or transmit from the polling unit through IRF directly to avoid these human errors that you...
No, how can you avoid it? The human errors that were being created by manual system, and you are avoiding it by manual system again. Why then are we going for IRF? So why then did we spend over 400 billion in the last election?
Let's proffer solution instead of, running around the issues.
Thank you.
What is the alternative that
the alternative is that Nigerians simply said, I have two alternatives.
Okay.
One is that Nigerians simply said, give us electoral law that permits only transmission, a compulsory transmission from the polling unit. Why are you running away from transparency? From polling unit, what it means is that one is going to reduce human involvement. It's going to make it all between the voters, directly between the voters and the IRF. Simple. Transmit from there so that the voters will know that this is exactly what we did, and everybody will be seeing it. It was being experimented during the last November 8th Anambra governorship election. INEC used their IRF. They brought the IRF to life, and they used their beavers to make transmissions. Now, before it was 7:39 on the day of election, before it was 7:39, all results up to about 97.5% had entered. Had been live on IREV. You can actually view them. Now remaining not up to 3% to come in. And that was why by between 4 and 5 a.m. in the morning, they were able to declare who was the winner, because everything was clear. So why is it not something that we will do? We will make it, what we are demanding is, make it compulsory, make it mandatory, that there shouldn't be any other means. It must be transmitted via polling unit, polling unit from the IREF, from the beavers, from polling unit to the IREF. Simple. If there is anyone, the beavers were being designed, like I explained earlier, we are being designed in a way whereby if there is no network, when once you leave that spot and get to the place where the beavers can pick network, it will transmit on its own. But once you have captured and you have uploaded, it will transmit. And what we want to see is that it is being captured right before the people that voted. So that one, we reduce grievances, we reduce security challenges. The people will not follow you from their polling unit and get to the local government collection center. How many persons do you want to see there? And by then the police will now demand that nobody should come into the compound at all. And the next thing is begin to shoot tear gas at the people. And by then maybe we'll begin to record casualties. So instead of having such, why not we make use of, why not we send a machine to do the job for us? Reduce human involvement. This human involvement have dealt with us over time. Let's do it in a way whereby it will be that transparent. If Mr. A wins, we will know Mr. A win. Now we have not even started talking about the issue of vote buying. We have not started talking about the issue of voter apathy. We have not started talking about certain other factors. We are still talking about just give us a compulsory mandate that you must transmit. Because it becomes ambiguous when you say INEC have this prerogative that they can decide whether to transmit, or not transmit. That becomes ambiguous. Then they can do whatsoever. Anybody can buy them off. You open a business for them, that's what it means. Anybody can buy them off, and they will do whatsoever and tell you whatsoever. And the next thing they will tell you to go to court. Whomsoever you meet in the court, it becomes a different thing. We don't want to discuss those that are heading our court today. Any day you want us to discuss that, we'll bring their profiles to the table.
That's another issue. But moving forward, given this amendment now, and I've seen your grievances and you speak so passionately about these issues, and I want to ask, moving to 2027 with this very amendment now, what do you see? How will the people, go into that election, secure their votes and trust that there is transparency, that the election will be free and fair, given that we are having, the just an amendment of the Electoral Act 2022, which, like you rightly pointed out, would have been better if there is electronic transmission of results from the polling unit to the IRF. But given what it is today, how do we see that this process becomes seamless, that the people believe and trust that the system will produce whatever vote that they cast?
Mr. Ute, it becomes almost an effort in futility, but I don't want to make it that outright so that our people don't get further discouraged joining the process. Okay, because what we are talking about is that we saw what happened to us in the last election, and you want us to go again with the same template. For goodness sake, what the last election produced for us, the logics that surrounded it, wasn't that people's oriented. It didn't help any matters at all. If we are interested in national security, then we should be covering a lot of things. We should be covering a lot of things, for goodness sake. Why then are we voting over 1 trillion naira in 2026 national appropriation just for Aneke to conduct election? Why then? If it's going to be just take this money, whatever you so want to do, you just do. Why then are we doing that? So for goodness sake, there is no how the people will go to the to the polling unit, cast their vote. They will not be the one to go and count it. Like I told you, if they should now, after casting the vote, maybe they will stay by the side you count before them. But since it is not being able to be transmitted, because you may choose to tell them any story. It happened even in Anambra. They were casting their vote from ECA8. We are not there.
Mr. Ma, if I get you correctly, are you saying that there won't be no need, there's no need going into the next election cycle?
This is exactly what I don't want to say in clear cut. I don't want to discourage our people further, because already our people have been so restive. You should know that, because of how things are playing out now. I love it when we are building up, to our conversation. You rightly said the figures within our Boja, record system. That is, I'm talking about like Nigeria. That is MBS, Nigeria statistics. Now, if you come there, figures that are being produced or published look so juicy, right? But in the real life of Nigerians, it is not reflective. All right? And so I don't want to, a lot of things have added to the fact that people do not want to be part of the system again. How do you want us to explain it? How many persons have you asked in Nigeria what their dreams are? The only dream of every common Nigerian is how to leave this country, whether by hook or by crook. Is it supposed to be? Is it done in America? Is it done in Britain? Is it done in Canada? Where is it done? But everybody are looking for, how do I go out of this place to go out there to go and help myself? As simple as ABC, because the system is not working here. Why is our system not working? Our leadership. So why is our leadership not working? Because the process through which we recruit our leaders is not working. It's not credible. So what we are demanding for is, let there be a credible means. How can we hold you to account? How can we be sure that whom we voted in is actually the person that was being declared the winner? So if Aneke cannot transmit directly from the polling unit, and the people do not have any means of holding them to account, because you can't go to court and win them. The court is already within the basket. You can't go there and win them.
Anyway,
we can bring that details to table on another date.
Within the basket, that's another issue. But looking at what we are discussing, we have Aneke has a new chairman, Amopiton. Are you saying that we shouldn't trust him to do a better job than Yakub did?
Okay, I think I told you that I have two different alternatives prior to now. Now, one of those alternatives is the idea of Amopitan being the Aneke chairman. All right, and his credibility, or whether he's going to be able to deliver or not being able to deliver. Now, I have this particular opinion. Maybe another person have it as well. With what we have seen in Nigeria, and with what we have seen from the area of our leaders, with what we have seen from the side of our senates, that they are not ready to deliver a credible process in an electoral, exercise, then I think it is better. Let us involve multi-sectorial and multinational body that's going to be able to give us, I mean, even if it is not credible, but near credible electoral outcome. Now, what I'm talking about is this. It's going to involve, at least, we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, right? Then let's use the TUC, the NLC, National Union of Labor, right? Now, let's bring them together. Let's bring from Khan. Let's bring from the other religion, that is the Islamic religion. Let's bring from their own facet. Then let's bring from ECOWAS. Let's bring from UN. Let's bring from EU. Let's bring delegates from these people, from these various organizations. Then assemble them. Let them give us an electoral, let them conduct our election for the first time. Let's see what's going to happen.
Opposing constitutional amendment.
It may not be a constitutional amendment. It may just take an executive order and this will be done. Your constitution will remain where it is. As simple as ABC. These Nigerian people talking.
Is that feasible?
It is feasible. We can do that. If it warrants constitutional amendment, let's do it. And then let's get it right for once. Then we'll continue. Then let's have a deterrent. If you mismanage our system, we should hold you to account. How could it be that somebody told us that there were glitches and they went ahead and declared a candidate winner? But there were glitches and it had not been cleared. You went ahead and declared a candidate winner. How could it be? And we did not have any means of holding you to account. How could it be that Aneke declared an electoral result when they told us that in River State, the professor for River State, that they did not know the professor? Mahmoud told us that the professor, that he did not know the professor, that it was names that were being given to him. And including AIT went and checked. They went on independent investigation to know who was actually the returning officer. Do you know that the school where he filed, they went to the school and the school said they don't know the person. But the result that emanated from this particular unknown individual, from this anonymous returning officer, we are being admitted. We are being used to declare our sitting president today, the winner of the election. So for goodness sake, which one do we count and leave another? There are certain things the system will do. You just keep aggravating the mind of the people. You keep inciting them by actions. And by the time they will react, then the next thing is we are going to roll out the police to go and tear gas, to go and fight. But it's not going to be the best. Remember what happened the other day in Nepal. It was beyond what the national security could manage.
All right, Ima, looking at this pessimism about these reforms and the whole amendment issue, I tend to want to believe that the opposition perhaps may be wasting their time.
Opposition wasting their time?
Yes.
But that's exactly what it seems like.
If the picture you're painting, the opposition have equally failed in holding both the elected officers and the states to account, being that they are not doing their job as well. And perhaps they should go home and not contest the next election.
No, understand this. You know, when you're talking about opposition, you have been talking about our opposition in a system, political system where things are working at least. Are you talking about opposition voices being heard, being active in a Nigerian system where the opposition suffers the worst of case scenario? In a Nigerian system where the opposition is subjected to whatsoever that the powers that be could subject them to? Are you talking about opposition in Nigeria where, including your political party, they will make sure that nothing works there, that it is shattered and scattered? Are you talking about opposition voices? When you speak,
that should be an indictment on the quality of opposition that we have.
No, let's come. Remember that you did not control our security system. Remember that our police today is not for the people. If we have a police that is actually for Nigerians, then if you stand out to speak, you will know that police will stand in the middle.
No, I find it difficult to go into that line of argument, that because this is a nation that have thrust up resilient men who stood against the military, and it speaks to intellectual sagacity to be able to either outplay or outmaneuver a government of the day. Given whatever is thrown at you, is expected that the opposition should be able to stand the test of time, stand their ground, proffer alternative solution, and we don't seem to be having that. Given this is over how many hours that we've seen the Senate vote, we've not heard the opposition speak. There's no press conference.
No, let me come. When you're talking about opposition, let's not just push this particular blame to the part of opposition. Opposition have done and they are yet doing. Remember, they have done and they are yet doing. But what I want to tell you is this: like when I talk about Nigeria police, there is how you will talk as an opposition leader. The next thing you see is either the DSS will invite you.
Should an opposition leader be afraid of the DSS?
I'm not talking of being afraid or not being afraid. I'm talking about how to gag the voices, that matters in the society or in the system. How to gag them, or how the system have been gagging them off. Remember, when you talk about the best of brains that were able to stand and match, the powers of the military in the past in Nigeria, right? Now remember, that was the same best of brains and capacity that our former president Goodluck Jonathan rightly assembled in 2014 for national confab, and they were able to come up with a template that will make things easy for Nigeria, right? Till today, was it implemented? Since APC took over, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, but since APC took over, one, they did not implement. Two, they now said they are constituting their own confab, and that was being spearheaded by Nasir El-Rufai, the former governor of Kaduna State. Finally, they came up with their own template. Till today, it has not been implemented. Now, why is it not being implemented? Simply because it's going to benefit the people. That's why it is not being implemented. So why are we not implementing removing ambiguity on our laws that build up our electoral act? As EU that came to observe in the last election rightly told us that we should remove ambiguity. Why is it being so difficult for us to do? So what is the job of opposition in this order? That an external body said, this is what we observe in your system, and if this continues, it's going to be a big problem for you. And we look at that simply because it is benefiting us. That's why we left it there. Simply because it is benefiting a particular people. That's why it is being left. So why are we not working on it? Which opposition are we expecting them to start talking about that again, about the ambiguity? Especially that gives prerogative to Aneke to transmit or choose to collect manually. Which opposition do we need again to get that done? The powers that be in Nigeria rightly know the right thing to be done. But the willpower, they will say it is political will. The political will is not there to get it done. Because if it is done, maybe it's going to mean more like signing your warrant off, So, but for goodness sake, opposition have not been our major problem. Because we know there are voices that are speaking in this country. But we also know how those voices, the fates that those voices faces most of the time. One was the voice of Senator Natasha. You know the kind of face she faced previously. Simply because she stood out and said, I want to project this. And so she started facing a lot of things, including federal government now have to prosecute her, charge her to court. Federal government now charging an individual on defamation ground. Not that she defamed federal government, but that she defamed an individual.
But it's still within the right of the federal government to prosecute. No,
it is still also within the right of federal government to ensure that Nigerians are well taken care of, and that the lives of Nigerians are well being protected. Because that's exactly what federal government swore an oath to get done.
Alright, now that you're speaking about the people, about what the government would need to do for the people, let's look at the electricity subsidy shift. The federal government has come out to say that this electrical subsidy should be shared between the federal, the subnationals and the local government. In fact, it's on news that 3.6 trillion naira is being projected for 2026, 2027, 2028. Let me get your opinion on that.
The opinion simply is, when once it is something that's going to benefit the people, it becomes an issue. To implement it becomes an issue in Nigeria with the version of leadership that we have here. Alright? Now, can we take it a bit to where, I mean, it is all playing out before our very eyes. Are you aware that in 2026, that if you take it to Ekiti State, are you aware that Ekiti State have about over 400 billion 2026 appropriation bill that have been passed into law? Are you aware that that appropriation bill of over 400 billion provided only 60 million for health? 60 million for health, but 120 billion for the state assembly to use them do what? Are they executors of project? Is it captured in the law, in our constitution? 120 billion. And so with that now, they can easily fly out to the, to wherever it is working to go and take care of their health. 60 million for 1 year for a whole state. Take it down to Enugu State where we base here. Now Enugu State have over 115 billion mapped out for just furniture in 2026. 115 billion. How can I interpret that? Does it mean that every citizen in Enugu is going to be having a furniture being purchased by the state government? Or does it mean that it is just the state assembly and that of the seat of power, I mean the government house? 115 billion naira. Where are all this money going? Our youths are seeing them, and these guys are dying of hunger, and these guys are being so restive, and these guys will fight back. That's what we're looking at. So now when you take it to the same Enugu here in 2026, it is just 679 million, not billion, million for drugs, for medication in Enugu for 2026. Now that tells you where the priorities are. That tells you where the priorities are. When we are talking about efficiency, financial efficiency in the area of governance, it will just be as if maybe we are just talking. They know all this. It's not like their brains are not working, it is working. They know all this. None of them have ever made a mistake and refused to take his salaries or his supposed pay at any day.
So in other words, what you're saying is that this subsidy will not be an issue for the subnationals. They would meet their part of it.
There's no issues at all. Come to Enugu, you know the kind of taxes that Enugu have rolled out, the indigents in Enugu, citizens in Enugu, residents in Enugu are going to pay for 2026. So to realize the money is not an issue. Then you also know what is coming into Enugu and what is going to various local governments from the national level by FAC. You know what all these subnationals receive monthly. So for them to be able to undertake some levels of percentages of subsidy, it's not an issue at all. We have the money. We have the money, Mr. Ute. We have the money. The money is not an issue here. We have the money. We have the resources. We have what it takes to even revamp moribund business outfits in Enugu. We have our VOP. It is not working.
But the government is moving gradually. They are revamping some of the...
No, I somewhat give credit to the governor we have today in Enugu. He's doing massively well. This is exactly what I've been championing, the opinion I've been championing for long on national televisions, saying our various abandoned projects ought to be, as a matter of urgency, revived and finished up for the service to the people.
Okay.
Alright? And meanwhile, I have this thought of mine that there is every need to make it a matter of law, that we have a master design for development in every state, or let's say in Enugu State, so that whomsoever that want to come and be our leader, if you come, you must not deviate from that master chart. So let's begin to reduce the possibilities of all this. You establish a particular project, you get to 50% or 40% or 60%, you abandon it, you go, and the next person that will come will simply go and establish another one, knowing too well that if you continue with the existing one, you may not see much to eat, and so you go into another one.
All right. Let's move a little bit faster on the issue of security. We've seen that the United States government will be assisting Nigeria further by perhaps putting boots on ground And given what we've witnessed in Kwara State as well, where over 150 persons were attacked recently by the Islamic jihadists, I would say bandits, terrorists. There are a lot of nomenclature, but one thing that is obvious is that Nigerians are being terrorized in Nigeria. And I want to get your view on that, especially given the position of the US government coming to put boots on ground. How do you bring that together with the regional position of Nigeria in Africa?
That's why Nigeria should have to be very careful with the forthcoming election. Because what it simply means, it's a clear-cut affidavit to prove that the today's government have failed. Remember, the primary business of every government in Nigeria is protection, the safety of lives and properties of the citizenry. And if you fail in that particular area of primary assignment, then you have failed. Now tell me the areas where this government in place have actually succeeded. Tell me, if not corruption.
No, but we've seen the Naira is stabilizing.
No, Naira is not stabilizing. Naira is not stabilizing organically. It is not stabilizing.
Inflation rates drop.
Can I ask you a question?
We have a growth of 4.3%.
Is it basing on what? On which products? Do you know that on daily basis we have blue chip companies exiting Nigeria? So if Naira is actually gaining weight or gaining any strength at all, is it based on which products? What are we producing? No. Is it our area of agriculture that is working?
Are you saying that the director of the World Bank that was in Nigeria with the president and the vice president is missing ways when she said yes, that there is...
Who gave us the template? Who gave us the template with which we are taxing Nigerians, if not World Bank? Who demanded that today's government should start taxing Nigerians? That's how we are going to build our economy. That we should even deflect our Naira. Who gave us that particular idea, if not World Bank? So what do you expect from them?
But
they will simply come and tell you whatsoever.
This government to do, given what they met on ground, the subsidy was removed to ensure that this stability is brought about. Though very painful, but we are told it's bringing results.
I hope you know that this government is just a continuum. That this government was the same government that we had under Buhari. I hope you know that Tinubu
we know that it's an APC government, but
yes, Tinubu was the national leader of APC. Remember that. And so he have everything that it takes. Remember that Osinbajo was his closest ally. In fact, his slot. And Osinbajo was the national vice president.
Those are harsh, but alright, you wouldn't say that they took advice from
what we are saying is this. They told us that Buhari was coming to fight corruption.
Okay.
We agreed. And Buhari entered. They covered our eyes until Buhari left. We now discovered that corruption now multiplied under Buhari. Of course, we even knew when he was there, but we are not allowed to talk. Right? Now, when he left, everything was now open. Now, Tinubu has come, and meanwhile, as at then, it was Lai Mohammed, the then Minister of Information and Culture and Tourism, rightly told us and said that if not because of Buhari, Nigeria would have been plunged into a ditch. Whereas we knew that under Goodluck Jonathan, Nigerian economy, we are being rated at the third fastest growing economy globally under Goodluck Jonathan. Now, immediately Buhari took over in 2015. By 2016, we are called the poverty headquarters of the world. What does that tell you? Now, what brought us to that? Because our farmers could no longer go to the farm. We could no longer sustain our economy. That's why I'm asking, what is now happening that is now building the strength behind our Naira? Is there any product that we're exporting? Balance of payment. What are we taking to international business center? We're only yet importing. We are not taking anything there. Our oil, Buhari even mortgaged it years ahead. So what are we taking to international business center? So that's why if we are talking about how figures are increasing in margin and what have you, then I will tell you it is simply precarious than what we should believe. If you believe it, to your own peril.
All right.
The truth is that our economy is yet down and nothing but down. Then when you talk about America booting down Nigeria, then I will tell you it is an affidavit, a clear-cut affidavit that the government had failed. Because I didn't know that the government were able to secure the lives of citizenry, they wouldn't have come. in the first instance. We talked about ranting. Why is it so difficult for us to go for ranting? Why is it so difficult for us to tell the Fulanese that are rearing their cows to go rent a house where human beings are living?
You can't tell Fulanese to go, but you can tell cattle rearers.
I'm talking about go and build ranches. That's a private business.
Let's make a distinction. Cattle rearers are not Fulanis. You know, we're stereotyping now. Not every Fulani.
Who are the cattle rearers?
You have Igbos who are cattle rearers, and cattle owners as well.
Who are the major business runners in that field?
Every Nigerian can.
Who are these guys that are killing people? Have you ever heard anybody, any of them killing people and they are speaking
people?
No. Have you ever heard any of them killing people, going to Kogi State, going to Benue State, killing people and speaking Igbo? Have you ever heard that?
All right, Ima, for want of time, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm already being signaled we're out of time. I want to get your opinion on the opposition political parties, especially with the coalition, the ADC, coming into 2026. How do you describe that coalition and their chances?
And the chances is simply that, unity gives strength. Simple. Unity gives strength. If the opposition wouldn't, allow overbearing tendencies, pecuniary interest, selfish interest, to ridicule their thoughts, then they're going to get it right because the masses are behind them.
All right. One more thing. Given the position of the Senate on the Electoral Act, which you've seen, there won't be, they've not voted for the transmission from the polling units to IRF. What is the chances of this opposition?
The chances is that the opposition should start first to address the issue of transmission first from now. Because if you allow it and say, okay, let's go for the pool, after which you go to court, you're not going to get anything beautiful out of court.
But given the timing, that's no longer feasible. We're running out of time already.
Then we can demand that there won't be election. We boycott. Let the international committee be aware of that.
All right, Emma, that's the much we can take on the insight today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming to the insight. All right, and to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you feel about what Emmanuel Chime, public affairs analyst, have said on these very issues. So we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Now moving over to the headlines. Federal government orders investigation into 37 mining-related deaths. Borno State Police Commanders bosses 20 million naira to families of fallen officers. FCT dispatch riders protest alleged multiple taxation. And now to the details of the news. The federal government has launched a high-level investigation into the mining disaster in Tura community, Wase local government area of Plateau State. which claimed 37 lives and left 25 others hospitalized. A delegation from the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development conducted a fact-finding visit following reports of toxic gas emissions at the site. Preliminary findings indicate exposure to lethal concentrations of carbon monoxide and sulfide gas. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Henry Daly Aneke, expressed concern over the absence of technical representatives from the licensed mining company. He emphasized that license holders bear statutory responsibility for operational safety and regulatory compliance. Early assessments, according to the minister, suggest serious lapses in safety protocols. The National Commander of Mining Marshals reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to intensifying enforcement against illegal and unsafe mining activities. Authorities warn that individuals or firms found culpable will face legal consequences under existing mining regulations. Plateau State officials have called for strict enforcement of the Mining Act 2007. The state government says it has commenced the organization of artisanal miners into cooperatives to facilitate formal training, improve monitoring and access to safety equipment as the Wasi community mourns the victims. Construction work has resumed on the Kano-Gwazo-Dai road following a 3-year suspension. The development comes after the federal government approved an additional 19 billion naira for the project. Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, played a key role in resolving funding and contractual issues delaying completion. The 100-kilometer road, initially awarded in 2021 at 62.7 billion naira, is being upgraded from a single carriageway to a dual carriageway. The route serves as a strategic link between Kano and several northwestern states, including Katsina, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Zamfara. Residents of Rimin Gado and surrounding communities have welcomed the return of contractors and heavy equipment to the site. Stakeholders know that the road is critical for regional trade, mobility, and agricultural distribution across Nigeria, northern Nigeria, and neighboring Niger Republic. While expressing optimism, community leaders urged CGC Nigeria Limited to maintain quality standards. Officials say the project aligns with infrastructure objectives of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. Troops of Operation Hardin Kai have recorded operational successes against Boko Haram elements in Adamawa and Borno states. The military confirmed the arrest of 64-year-old Dauda Usman Gubula, accused of supplying drones to insurgents. Recovered items include 2 drones, accessories, and 20 solar power banks. In Maiduguri, troops neutralized the senior Boko Haram commander Abdullahi Mafa during a precision ambush. Security forces say the operation targeted insurgent movements along identified infiltration routes. Separately, in Hong local government area, 28-year-old Ismail Mohammed was apprehended while transporting ammunition, military gear, and supplies allegedly destined for insurgent camps. Authorities describe the arrest as part of effort to disrupt terrorist logistics networks. In Borno State, troops supported by the Civilian Joint Task Force repelled an attempted breach in Ngamdu. The military high command commended personnel for sustaining pressure on the insurgent operations across the northeast. The Plateau State Police Command has adopted a 24-hour security posture across all 70 local government areas. Commissioner of Police Basi Ewa ordered the deployment of personnel and assets to strategic locations as Christian Lent and Muslim Ramadan commence simultaneously. The command says visibility, policing, intelligence gathering, and tactical surveillance have been intensified to deter criminal activity. Security coverage has been expanded to vulnerable border communities and key public spaces. Authorities confirm that rapid response units are on peak alert to address potential threats. The police leadership stressed the importance of proactive operations aimed at preventing security breaches. The commissioner reminded officers to uphold professionalism and respect for human rights. He reiterated that searching citizens' phones without a court order remains prohibited, while urging residents to report suspicious activities through official channels. The Borno State Police Command has disbursed over 20 million naira to families of 9 officers who died in active service. Commissioner of Police Naziru Abdul Majid supervised the payment under the group life insurance scheme. The total payout of 20,137,770.34 naira is intended to support the welfare of dependents, with emphasis on education, healthcare and household stability. Police authorities describe the scheme as a critical support mechanism for bereaved families. Deputy Commissioner Ibrahim Somalia, representing the Commissioner, reaffirmed the force's commitment to personnel welfare under Inspector General Kayode Butokun. He noted that similar disbursements were made to other beneficiaries in recent months. Family representatives expressed appreciation for the intervention. The Nigeria Police Force says the insurance program remains a nationwide policy to safeguard officers' families. The Jigawa State Pilgrims Welfare Board has suspended its Hajj training program, Bita Al-Hazai, until the Ramadan. Director General Ahmad Labo says the decision allows intending pilgrims to focus on spiritual obligations during the fasting period. The board confirmed that logistical preparation for the 2026 Hajj are ongoing. Distribution of uniforms, travel bags, and other essential items is nearing completion. Officials are also compiling medical records of intending pilgrims to identify those requiring special attention. Authorities say tailored welfare arrangements will be provided for individuals with underlying health conditions. The board has submitted relevant data to national authorities and is preparing for final documentation processes. Intending pilgrims are encouraged to continue personal study of Hajj rites ahead of departure. The All Progressive Congress (APC) has conducted ward congresses across all 260 wards in Enugu State. Chairman of the Congress Committee, Honorable Solomon Funke Keme, described the exercise as peaceful and orderly. The committee commended the level of compliance with party guidelines, including provisions for gender representation and inclusion of persons living with disabilities. Officials say the process reflects internal democratic practices. Party stakeholders attribute the report's stability to recent leadership realignment within the state chapter. Governor Peter Mbah, recognized as the party's leader in the state, was cited as instrumental in fostering unity. With ward congresses concluded, the APC is proceeding to local government congresses across the 17 council areas. Party officials expressed confidence in smooth continuation of the restructuring process. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of the major developments in the news. Federal government launches probe into 37 mining deaths. Borno State Police Command disburses 20 million naira to families of slain officers. And coming up shortly, FCT dispatched riders protest alleged multiple taxation and extortion. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Still on the news, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Nasarawa State Command, has arrested a suspect identified as Hosseini Shuaibu, also known as Abati, of allegation of sexual offences involving minors. The arrest followed intelligence reports and complaints from residents, leading operatives to the suspect's hideout. State Commandant Bra Samson Umoru described the alleged offences as a serious violation of the rights and safety of children. He reiterated the Corps' zero-tolerance stance on sexual violence and offences against vulnerable persons. The NSCDC confirmed that the suspect remains in custody while investigations continue. Authorities have urged parents and community members to report suspicious activities, assuring victims of confidentiality and support. The Boys Brigade of Nigeria, Niger State Council, has called on Governor Muhammad Umar Bago to prioritize insecurity and economic challenges over the proposed Hisba bill passed by the State House of Assembly. Organizing Secretary Samson Pada said the group's position followed deliberations at an emergency meeting. He cautioned against policies that could heighten social tension or discourage investment. The council ordered the government to focus on youth-related concerns, including out-of-school children and poverty reduction. It maintained that moral guidance should remain the responsibility of religious institutions. The Lagos State Police Command has commenced a 24-hour anti-crime patrol along the coastal road to enhance security and safeguard public infrastructure. Commissioner of Police Olohudare Jimo announced the deployment during a security operation. Police authorities say the initiative complements existing deployments and is aimed at preventing criminal activities, including vandalism. Reports of theft involving road installations had raised concerns among relevant agencies. The operation is being conducted in collaboration with the Lagos State Security Trust Fund and the Federal Ministry of Works. Residents and commuters have been assured of sustained surveillance along the corridor. Chairman of Ojodu Local Council Development Area, David Odumbubaku, has convened a joint security meeting to address concerns over drug abuse and related crimes within the council. Representatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Department of State Service, and the police attended the meeting. The council announced renewed sensitization programs targeting youth involvement in illicit substances. In a related development, the council introduced a digital registration framework for point-of-sale operators. Officials say the measure is designed to improve monitoring and enhance consumer protection. Operatives of the Enugu State Police Command have arrested 15 suspects during a raid on identified location in Ozala, Nkanu West local government area. The operation was carried out by the command's crack tactical squad. Police Public Relations Officer Daniel Undukwe confirmed the recovery of substances suspected to be Indian hemp alongside a locally fabricated firearm and ammunition. Commissioner of Police Maman Beatrice Giwa has directed intensified proactive policing across the state. Authorities urge residents to continue supporting security agencies with credible information. Dispatch riders staged a protest at the FCT Administration Secretariat over allegation of multiple taxation and excessive levies affecting their operations. The riders claimed compliance with existing area council taxes but objected to what they described as additional charges imposed by other authorities. Several participants also alleged motorcycle impoundments. Officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration later engaged representatives of the group, leading to a temporary suspension of the protest. Discussions are expected to continue. The Nigerian Naira has appreciated to 1,347.78 against the US dollar at the official market, reflecting recent movement in the foreign exchange segment. Market analysts attribute the development to sustained policy measures by the Central Bank of Nigeria, including interventions targeted at improving liquidity. Attention is now focused on the upcoming Monetary Policy Committee meeting, where economic indicators including inflation and exchange rate stability are expected to feature prominently. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN) has launched free Wi-Fi services at Murtala Mohammed International Airport Terminal 2 in Lagos and Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. The initiative, implemented in partnership with MTN Nigeria, is aimed at enhancing passenger experience and improving digital connectivity at major terminals. FAN officials say the rollout will extend to additional airports in phases. Stakeholders have described the development as part of ongoing modernization efforts in the aviation sector. Stakeholders ahead of the Agro-Food Nigeria Summit have emphasized the need for Nigeria to strengthen agro-processing and industrialization to reduce post-harvest losses. Industry leaders notes that while agriculture remains a key contributor to GDP, limited processing capacity continues to affect value addition and export potential. International participants are expected at the summit, with discussion focusing on technology transfer, investment and sustainable production systems. The Super Falcons will open camp in Yaoundé ahead of international friendly matches against Cameroon. Head coach Justin Madugu has named a 25-player squad for the fixtures, which form part of preparations for the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. Team officials say the matches will provide opportunities to assess tactics and strengthen squad cohesion ahead of the continental tournament. Forward Ahmed Musa has returned to training with Kano Pillars ahead of the Nigeria Premier Football League fixture. Club officials say Musa's return strengthens the squad as the team seeks to improve its position in the league standings. Supporters are expected to turn out for the upcoming match, with management highlighting the importance of securing maximum points. Former NBA player Olumide Oyedeji has urged the Lagos Legends to intensify preparations for the 2026 Basketball African League. Oyedeji stressed the need for structured training, experienced personnel and competitive international friendlies ahead of the tournament. The ball season is scheduled to commence in March, with Nigerian representatives targeting a strong continental performance. Actress Sarah Martins has generated reactions on social media following comments on professional boundaries involving a delivery rider. The development followed exchanges shared online, which have sparked debate across digital platforms. Observers say the incident highlights wider conversation about conduct and expectations in service relationships. Musician Beautiful Nubia has raised concerns over alleged copyright infringement involving gospel artists. The claims made in a social media post have renewed discussions within the industry on intellectual property protection. No formal responses have been issued by the artist mentioned. Legal analysts note that copyright disputes remain a growing concern in Nigeria's creative sector. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Federal authorities have commenced an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of 37 persons linked to mining activities. Officials say the probe is aimed at determining the causes of the incident and strengthening safety compliance within the sector. The Borno State Police Command has disbursed 20 million naira to families of police officers killed in line of duty. The command says the gesture is part of welfare support measures for the bereaved families. Dispatch riders in the Federal Capital Territory staged a protest over alleged multiple taxation and extortion. The demonstrators are calling for government intervention and a review of the disputed levies. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness report, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Mwakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched, universities lose experienced lecturers, industries struggle to find qualified hands, productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay,
Safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward, better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes
will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach. Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas in states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, fetal mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, married to rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization lies in sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors. Public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increase number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition VAP Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence. simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance. There are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're taking a look at our newspapers for today.
Alright, and joining us this morning is Dr. Chigozie Anarado, development scientist and public affairs analyst. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning, sir.
And welcome viewers.
Alright, Doc, before we get into the issues, let me ask my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you?
Well, you see, it is my attitude to Nigeria. Nigeria is not treating everybody, not just myself, but we survive in Nigeria. That means that the treatment we get from Nigeria is not the best we should get. But the attitude is more important than what we get from Nigeria. And the attitude is, we will survive.
We will survive.
Positive attitude.
That's a very big positive attitude. Thank you, Doc. Let's take a look at the headlines.
All right, now to our headlines for today. Our Nation headline is saying, Electoral Act 2026 goes into effect. And from the Punch newspaper says, Electoral Act 2026, Tinubu defends assent, opposition raises hell. And from the Daily Trust is saying electoral law sign transparency questions linger. And on the Guardian paper headline says 2027 credibility battle shift to Aneke as Tinubu signs Electoral Act. And our paper today will be starting from the Punch newspaper, where the major headline says Tinubu defends assent, opposition raises hell. According to the Punch paper, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has defended his decision to sign the Electoral Act 2026 into law, describing it as necessary for strengthening Nigeria's democracy. However, opposition parties are not smiling. They are reportedly criticizing the certain provisions of the law, arguing that some clauses may weaken transparency rather than enhance it. He said political exchanges are already on the way, setting the stage for what could become a fierce pre-2027 election contest. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your take.
All right. I will surprise my take on this issue when you have a doctor in the likes of Dr. Chigozie Anarado. You suppress your opinion and get an expert opinion on issues. We have a development scientist and a public affairs analyst. Doc, looking at this issue, President Tinubu has given the nation what he described as a gift. Now, with President Bola Tinubu signing the 2026 Electoral Act amendment, how do you see this reshaping Nigeria's political landscape ahead of the 2027 general election?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And once more, I thank our viewers. Uche, you said the president gave us a gift. What you didn't tell us was whether it was a French gift or an English gift.
Doc, that was in the words of Mr. President. He said it was a national gift.
Yes. We don't know whether it's a French gift or a Dutch gift or an English gift. And, we don't go into describing this gift. You can find out what those gifts portend. The truth of the matter is that yesterday was actually a dark spot on the lining in our march towards democratic improvement. That's the truth of the matter. Mr. President assessed himself and was clapping for himself. That's what he said. He had made progress. And I listened to Mr. President and I was appalled. With due respect to him and his office, I didn't understand how a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the largest black nation in the world, the most populous black African nation, the hope of Africa as it were, in 21st century in 2026 was telling Nigerians that we should query our technology and query our broadband system. The president, who is the chief executive officer in Nigeria, who is the commander-in-chief, whom Nigerians have entrusted with improving our infrastructure, who has been on the seat for 3 years now, almost, is telling us to go and query our technology infrastructure. That where are we technically? That was what I had my president saying. I should have really asked my president, where are we technically? Why is it that in 2026, 5 years after we had made progress to the extent that the Independent National Electoral Commission had said that we had enough coverage to do 93% transmission when we were debating the 2022 electoral bill that later became the 2022 Electoral Act. And true to type, the general election in 2023, aside the mischief, which we do think was man-made, because the glitch that has been made notorious by Aneke has not been explained to Nigerians up to today. In a same country, there should have been a public inquiry into the nature of the glitch and will characterize the fingerprint of the technology during the election to actually see what really happened, if for nothing, to make progress. But all has been shrouded in darkness and opacity. Yet, we saw that initially, National Assembly elections in 2023 were almost uploaded up online, and Nigerians saw the elections results real time. 4-5 years down the line, after the initial argument, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria was still boldly telling Nigerians that he had made history. That instead of computer talking to us as the final result, human beings will talk to us. I don't know if we have set time to interpret that the statement of Mr. President. Instead of computer, in this time and age, when in a country like United States, for example, the result could be called by a media house, CNN, CBS, any media house could actually put out the result projection without waiting for the Secretariat in charge of the election to announce, because the results were being seen real time, and you could project the winning party and the winning president even before it was announced because of the help of technology. Technology could give you the answers, and Mr. President was telling us that we didn't have to rely on technology, that we should rely on human beings who have proven themselves to be highly mischievous, unreliable, and misleading. And this is Nigeria that the rest of Africa is waiting to lead Africa. We are being told that, look, worse things could come. We could get to the level of Uganda, where internet will be shut down on the day of election, just so that we can satisfy the ambitions of those who come out to tell us that we have avoided hacking, quote and unquote. Hack what? Which and the viewers, we are not even talking about electronic voting. We are not talking, and we are still not talking about electronic collation of results. The amendment bill that Nigerians yearned for was to transmit the image of the form EC8A so that everybody could see what happened in a polling unit thousands of kilometers away from you if you so desire. That way transparency will be assured. That way post-electoral violences could be tamed. That way we could build confidence in our electoral process. That way we could attract foreign direct investment into our systems. But now, people are telling us about hacking. I don't know what they talk about, because maybe they didn't understand what Nigerians wanted. Maybe they didn't even understand what the proposals that took months, painstaking hard work of civil society, even the electoral umpire itself was represented in the committee, of the legislators who were positive minded, of even members of the judiciary who made inputs. And after all this, a bill was crafted to repeal and amend the 2022 Electoral Act. And that bill went after the first reading, second reading, it went out for public hearing where Nigerians saw it and made their inputs and said, this is what we want. At least the minimum. We could have asked for electronic voting, where I would either go out or sit in the comfort of my home and punch the party and candidate I want, and I will see the result reflect. But no, we probably do not, maybe we have not got ready for that kind of thing. We were saying, even the ones who vote manually, the ones that are counted and tallied manually, the results that are filled in, let us snap the results and send to an RFV portal, so that in the process of manual collation, nobody had asked for electronic collation. In the process of manual collation, if there is any controversy about the result contained in the form EC8A or from EC8B or from EC8C, the RF could be referred to see what was transmitted from the polling units. And if, because section 64 of the bill, I'm not talking about the act now,
Okay.
because I've moved from bill to act. Section 64 of the proposed bill was that in the sub D was that in events where there was discrepancy between what was manually written in the from EC8A and what was transmitted, the one transmitted through the IRF will take precedence because he had been devoid of human interference in the movement process. And that is what the politicians were running away from. I don't know if Nigerians noticed the reluctance of the Senate when we were talking about the passage of the amendment bill. Incidentally, after the House of Reps passed it in December, by January, when the Senate returned from a very long break, the longest break in National Assembly in the world, the English National Parliament returned to work on 3rd of January. The American Parliament returned to work on 3rd of January. Most parliaments, South African parliaments around the world returned to work before the 5th of January. Nigerian Parliament, as out of the last week of January, had not come back to work. And at the end of the day, we collect fat allowances. So after that long break, Christmas break, which they had just returned and they were waiting for the Salah and Easter break to proceed on Ramadan and Easter, they began to dilly-dally. And I saw the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, warning senators to be careful, that if they were not careful with that bill as it were, that quote and unquote, we will regret it when we get to the tribunal. Unquote. I shrunk in my mind. What was the Senate President talking about? It was there and then that I made up my mind that the Senate was not interested in passing that electronic transmission of results. Subsequently, the rest is said to be history. The maneuvering that happened in the Senate, the initial justification by the Senate President that, we retain the clause in Electoral Act 2022. When the pressure came from Nigerians and civil society, he convened an emergency Senate and said, we will now pass it with a proviso. Is there a need for the proviso? My answer is no. Because BVAS as an equipment, apart from having the capacity to accredit offline and online, it has the capacity to capture the image, and the moment you click send, you don't have access to the document again. The document would have been queued up for availability of internet, assuming it wasn't immediately available. And any movement to the slightest availability of internet is a small size document, a few kilobytes. It is up to 1 megabyte. It will go into the IRF. So that provision was totally unnecessary. In fact, it was, for me, it was an escape route to say we can always say there is no network, therefore we will discard transmission and we resort to manual manipulation. The word is mine.
Manual manipulation.
That's what it's obviously crafted to be, because we Nigerians we are ready to deal with manual collusion. So far as we will have to do cross-check on the IRF to see that what you have on the paper is still the same thing that we have on the paper that we're looking at the image on the IRF. But we saw the movement. The House of Rep, which had passed its own bill, started to make a vote force. Somersaulted into trying to reopen the bill. When it initially tried to reopen the bill, it met resistance across party lines. They went on recess. the harmonization committee made up of 12 members of the Senate and 12 members of the House of Rep were supposed to sit and harmonize. And in harmonization, you don't change anything, not one letter. It's either you take the version of the House of Rep or you take the version of the Senate. Knowing the danger in it, the harmonization committee did not sit. What we had was an emergency National Assembly convened for 2 days ago. As it was convened, the Senate was doing it when the House of Rep was playing another game. Suddenly, a new version of the bill came in, and we saw the deputy speaker, who was presiding, now started considering an altered bill from the electoral committee that had already finished its work long time ago. The work was no longer within the rest of the electoral committee because a harmonization committee had been set. We saw a new work from the electoral committee, and the deputy speaker, Honorable Ben Carlo, was now doing what was supposed to be a clause by clause consideration as a batch by batch consideration. Section 1 to 10, the gavel will go. Section 11 to 20, the gavel will go. Section 21 to 30, the gavel will go. Section 31 to 40, the gavel will go. 41 to 60, the gavel will go. Which kind of parliament does this kind of work? In the glare of the whole world, even when the members were overwhelmingly shouting point of order, the next thing we heard was, oh, if you are an APC, go this way. If you are not, go the other way. It became a party blackmail. I am happy that the majority of the opposition lawmakers will stage the walkout. That's the way it should be, to show their protest. Eventually, the shenanigan was passed. But like the high point of it was that, unlike what we see in the parliamentary processes, where after a bill shall have been passed, the votes and proceedings will be collected, approved, and the clerk of the National Assembly will transmit same to Mr. President, who ordinarily is expected to get an input from the Attorney General of the Federation and his advisors and move ahead to either sign or withhold his signature. But almost less than 24 hours after the bill had been passed, Mr. President appeared and signed. You would ask yourself, when did the vote and proceedings get collected and moved to the president? When did the president read over 120-page documents in less than 24 hours in order to prepare his signature and he signed? What it tells me, or what it told me, was that this was more or less an executive plan. Mr. President was in the works, knew about what was going on, and he said he was keenly monitoring. And I don't think that he was not just monitoring, he was keenly processing, guarding what was happening in the National Assembly, until what was brought out from the works was what exactly he had instructed. And he did not even bother to look again, he signed. The danger is that as you and I speak, whether the opposition is blowing hot or cold, we are not even sure of what the amended act is. Because we live in a country where the National Assembly supposedly passes a law. By the time it goes to the presidency and out, you have a different version. We saw it in the tax laws. We saw it in other laws. So Nigerians are not even sure of what has been signed into law until if they agree to show us the gazetted copies, because they might even decide to conceal the copies. If you make noise, they will tell you that you have not seen the gazettes or the gazetted copies. When we see the gazetted copies, we will be able to say exactly the real content of the new Electoral Act 2026. Because, whatever we say now will be in the realm of conjectures. Really, there's a section of the act that is supposed to allow Nigerians to go to Aneke website. So long as you have a voter identification number (VIN), you can download your voter's card if you misplace one.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be there. We are not sure if it's still there. By the time it appears in the Gazette, there is a section that is supposed to, section 84 or so, that is supposed to, that is where I'm sure the political parties are going to run around very soon and ask for an amendment. Even the APC itself. The section talks about the mode of selecting candidates or electing candidates by the political parties, where it does say that the only modes allowed will be direct primaries or consensus. Now removing the indirect primaries. Delegate primaries will no longer be necessary. So that on the surface would look like it's a good move to curb vote buying that the notorious vote buying that happens during the primaries where dollars are shared. But how political parties are going to grapple with it, whether they have enough structures, financing to undertake direct primaries, and whether consensus is not another way of forcing candidates on the people by the powers that be and political godfathers. We are going to see all those things. Right. So as it is, like I said in the beginning, it's a dark lining on the cloud in our march towards democratic improvement. However, I do think that as Nigerians, we will not abandon the struggle to the political class. The country belongs to Nigerians, and insofar as we insist that Nigerians should take control, we will be able to push the political class to the point where they accept that power belongs to the people. Because some people tend to give up that since they have smuggled in the proviso, which will give them the opportunity to now say there is no network or the technology is not working, therefore let us resort to it manually collated and manipulated. What my pain is that we want to remain on the turf where we continue to throw punches and hick scuffs. We continue to fight for the right thing to be done. Whereas we could have allowed technology to save us that fight. Oh, you have to do the right thing. Once you transmit or watch it, you can't change it the moment it's online. But as it were, let us not despair. Let us not give up. We can still get things done. Time will come when this class of politicians will go and the new breed of politicians probably will come in. But the question is whether we are ready to make ourselves the agents of change.
Whether we are ready to make ourselves the agents of change. Yeah.
Because the society gets the leadership it deserves.
The society gets the leadership it deserves.
Absolutely.
Doc, listening to you, I have no doubts because you've painted a very vivid picture of a nation in a very dark spot.
Absolutely.
However, for the sake of emphasis, and I ask, a lot of critics argue that the amendment favors certain political actors. And I ask, in your view, what does this mean for fairness and transparency in Nigeria's electoral process?
Thank you, Chair. I honestly think that it's a setback for transparency. I think it's a setback for fairness. Having had the experience of 2023 and saw the uncharitable position taken by the Nigerian Supreme Court, because the laws, to my mind, for full declaration, I'm not a lawyer, but things are written in English language that we understand. The 2022 Electoral Act empowered Aneke to use the technology that it deemed fit to run the election. And Aneke brought up the beavers and the IRF as the technology that it will use and gave out a guideline, which the Electoral Act had empowered it to bring the guideline and use the technology that it deemed fit. And then Aneke gave a guideline and said, this is the way things will be done. results should be transmitted to the IRF. And when these IRF results were tendered in the courts, the Nigerian judiciary disappointed Nigerians by saying, oh, the IRF and the beavers were not explicitly captured in either the Electoral Act or the Nigerian Constitution. That the Aneke guidelines were inferior, were not laws, that they were inferior to our laws. A lot of us were disappointed. But if the Supreme Court speaks, if you want an orderly society, whether you like the decision or not, you will accept it. Nigerians grudgingly accepted that, and therefore began to bring in these technologies into the forefront of our laws. And that's why Nigerians angered and wanted the beavers, the electronic transmission of results, to be captured vividly in the 2026 Electoral Act by amending the 2022 Electoral Act. When we thought we were almost there, the Gospel led Senate, obviously orchestrated by the intent of Mr. President and the leaders of the APC. Because, I mean, personally, I am not giving to pandering to support of one party or criticism of another party. I have always faced the political class, irrespective of the political party they belong to. But this time around, the chicken has actually come home to roost. We have a president who came from the pro-democracy community, as it were. Even when some people believe that the election went the way it went, we thought that we were going to see activism in leadership, change that was going to be, profound, that will push us to the next level, that will get us away from continually being the landlord of the third world country or countries, to move into the second and first world, as the likes of India, Brazil, Singapore, China, that prior to 1960 we were teetering together in the third world. We were still there now. What do we have? A political party that has come out, openly making it look clear that they do not want that level of transparency in our electoral process. That's why I said that it's a setback for transparency. If there's a contest, people vote. We want to ensure that there's transparency in the voting. There's fairness. If I lose, I will see that I didn't quite do well enough to win. I didn't convince people to vote for me, and I will accept the results. Which are the listeners, if we were here in 2007, 2011, a little bit of 2015, the turgidity in 2015 was so much that we thought it was going to burst into another conflagration. But in 2007 and 2011, the problem we had was perception. One candidate will be doing well in one part of northern Nigeria. His followers would imagine that was how well he was doing in other parts of Nigeria. One candidate in one part of southern Nigeria will be doing very well on the election day. His followers will think that was how well he was doing in other parts of Nigeria. And when the results were announced, contrary to their perception of belief, there was an outbreak of violence, thinking that the candidate had been rigged out, whether real or imagined. Violence would usually follow. We saw people die in post-election violence in 2007. We saw Nigerians, especially UCOM members, that went to offer service to their motherland and fatherland, die in post-election violence in 2011 because of the perception people had about who had been declared and who had won the election. That mischief would have been ostensibly cured by the electronic transmission of election results from the polling units to the IRF. Because a man sitting in Karen Amoda would see how the candidate is performing in Otuoke, in the Far Delta, in Ilesha, and the man sitting in Obeledu, Onisha, Abugo, will see how the other candidate is performing in Birnin Kebbi. And he can view the results and say, oh, I am supporting Mr. A. He has won 90% of the votes in my region. But still, in the other regions, he's getting less than 20% of the votes. These pigeons seem to have flown away from us. Quick tabulation will show everybody where the candidates stand. And you can't convince me to go into violence when I have seen that results emanating from another part of the country have not favored my candidate, even when he has done well in our locality. That is a missed opportunity, Chandebora. Now Nigeria, the leaders, APC leaders, have made Nigerians to miss in trying to consolidate on our improvement and moving further to the next level in actually our leadership selection process. Because we do accept the fact that the majority of our problems revolves around leadership and leadership selection. If we get clean pathway in the process of our leadership selection, everybody will know that if I get into power, if I get into leadership position, if I don't do well, the next election will be a judgment day for me. And I have no option than to struggle to impress the people and show, as they will say, all workings that I have done well in order to deserve a re-election. And once that begins to happen, what that does is that the people who are well-intentioned will begin to gravitate towards leadership because they know that the system has made it transparent, fair, and it is credible for them to emerge. And when they emerge, they have no option than to do good by the people. And so, but if we missed, as we have missed the opportunity now, it is not possible that we continue to, group around, seeking for development, when we had opportunity to have pointed to where development was and move towards it. Now, if people continue to manipulate elections, if they will say, oh, no, there's no technology, no network, they will go and write result, change what has happened at the polling units. I've had people, by the way, say, oh, all parties should have polling agents. If they have polling agents, they'll protect their results. I get appalled when I hear such arguments, because it does mean that those who are making the argument actually do not understand where the rest of the world is. They are saying that we must continue to throw physical punches at each other. You must continue to fight to see that you don't add 0 to 15 to become 150. When ordinary technology would have made it impossible for you to add the 0. So you must gather people to stay around and continue to fight each other, kill each other, because, we know what happens. If you are strong politically in one enclave, you can shut out the other party agents from even coming into the collation center. You have seen that happen.
Sure.
They shut them out. In fact, they use even the instrumentality of the security agencies to ensure that the opposition parties do not come into the collation center because they have instrumental power.
Sure.
Aggression. And so, why would we continue to do this kind of thing to ourselves? We will have opportunity to move forward. And tomorrow we will have a story to tell our children that we tried our best and our best was not good enough. We didn't try our best. So, to answer your question succinctly, it was a missed opportunity. It portends one step forward, because I'm sure we are not where we used to be. They have made a step forward and 2 steps backwards. If you ask me.
Oh, Doc, indeed, the chicken has really come home to roost.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Moving on, let's take a look at what the Guardian newspaper has to say.
Okay.
Alright, now next paper coming from the Guardian newspaper says 2027 credibility battle shifts to INEC as Tinubu signs Electoral Act. Now the Guardian reports that attention is now shifting to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as the credibility battle ahead of 2027 intensifies. With the law signed, INEC now carries the responsibility of implementing it effectively. Political stakeholders, civil society groups and international observers are expected to scrutinize every step the Commission takes in preparation for the next general elections.
All right. Doc, you've been quite explicit and holistic on your approach to these issues.
Okay.
But looking at the headline of the Guardian newspaper, they're speaking directly to INEC, and I know you've touched on it, but for emphasis, I will still go again.
Yeah.
And I ask, how will the newly amended Electoral Act affect the role of INEC and the deployment of technologies like Vivas in ensuring credible, the word is credible, election?
Yeah, thank you, Uche. It will affect the work of INEC enormously. Positively or negatively, we will see that when it starts to happen. Because in building an institution, you have two arms, the legal framework and the human element. So the legal framework, as badly as it has been knocked, it's been knocked off, right? We're not going to deal with the human element.
Yeah.
Because part of the biggest problem in our society is the absence of characters in the people that run the system.
Sorry.
So,
Sorry, Doc.
Yep.
Sorry. You made a point now. The absence of character
in the people that run the
system.
public systems. Yeah.
Okay.
So the fight, I agree with Guardian, right?
Yeah.
It has shifted to INEC. Well, Professor Mufta has been put on the spot. Because one is to have law, another is to judiciously and painstakingly implement the laws. Those who are dubious, no matter how good the laws are, will still manipulate the laws to have a negative end. Now, there are a lot of elements in the supposed new law. Like I said, I maintain my position until we see the Gazette. We can speak to the Gazette when we see the Gazette, because we do not know what could have changed from the National Assembly to the presidential villa. You know, things would have fallen off and fallen in up on the road. We do not know. But assuming that what we know, making that assumption is what is, the number of days required to actually announce the dates and guidelines for the election has shifted from 360 days to 300 days. The time required for the political parties to submit their nominated candidates has shifted from 180 days to, I think it's if I'm right, 44 months, 120 days. The time required for INEC to publish the accepted list of candidates has shifted from 150 days to 60 days.
Sure.
That's what would have happened. Now, the time required for the funding of INEC for the purpose of the election has also changed. The question becomes, will INEC be able to meet up with its new challenges? If you are to know the number of candidates or the parties that are actually participating in the election by way of nominating candidates in just 4 months of the election, that means you have just 4 months to go and print the ballot papers for that particular election. Almost always, the ballot papers are printed outside Nigeria, probably for security reasons and safety reasons. Will INEC be able to meet up with the challenge, the logistic challenge of printing and delivering the ballot papers? These are the challenges that INEC will have to deal with. Yes, will INEC accept, because the section 60 sub 3 says provided there is network. INEC still has a chance of saying in the guidelines, presiding officer, the guideline says that the moment you collect the result right in the from EC8A, you must transmit it after capturing it with the beavers to the IRF for your work to be complete. And Aneke can say, look, for you, because that's an open question that supposed electoral act 2026 has left. Who makes the call to say that transmission is impossible? It's an open-ended, a question with an open-ended answer. Is it the presiding officer that will say there's no technological provision for me to transmit? I will not transmit. That's where Aneke can come in and say, look, for you to say this, you must get clearance from the supervisor, the electoral officer in the local government, who could be compromised. We must not overlook that. Nigerians are open to compromise. I mean, sometimes we are the cause of our problems. You can get a clearance from the party agents that are available to agree with you that there's no that there's the environment for transmission does not exist. Even when we are convinced that there's no environment that can stop transmission. So if Professor Moviton wants to use the opportunity that history has presented to him to adjudicate it, to acquit himself as being on the positive side of history and posterity, in the guidelines he can still get Aneke to say you must capture the results and transmit. Because part of section 64 was saying before, when I knew it, that any presiding officer who failed to transmit the result was liable to an offense and was punishable. We don't know whether that is still existing in what would have been signed by Mr. President.
Yeah.
If assuming that is, Aneke can hem on it and say, you are presiding officer, in the guidelines of the election, you must capture and transmit the results. If that's the guideline to the presiding officer, now for you to make that claim that the supervisor, the electoral officer, and all the party agents available must agree in writing that there is no network, that would have made it more difficult for those who actually had planned to use a no network or no transmission situation to manipulate the system during the process of collation, not to do their job. So I agree that the fight has shifted to Aneke, because if Aneke decides to supervise a free, fair and credible election, the opportunity still exists, even when some of the doors have been closed. We're in this country when we conducted the election, the 1993 election, by open ballot system where we counted persons.
Option A4.
Option A4. I tell people that today you cannot use option A4 again because it's not a fair method. When it happened, it probably would be a fair method, because today I might find it difficult to vote against my brother, even when my brother is not qualified, or my sister, because I will have to raise my hand and get counted. When we get home, it probably will be a family problem. But if I had a secret ballot system, even if it's my twin brother, who I know is not capable to hold the position, I can go into the polling booths and vote against him and keep what I voted to myself. Also, the thing of the matter is that we had that period 1993, and we had an election, and the election was adjudged to be credible, free and fair. Today, a responsible, committed electoral officer in the name of by the national chairman, national commissioners, resident electoral commissioners, electoral officers, supervisors, ad hoc staff, and I bring it to the table of Nigerians. We do know that when the chiefs are down. INEC does not have enough manpower to run the election. Ad hoc staff are recruited into INEC. It may be you and I. It may be you and I. And at the end of the day, we make ourselves available for compromise by the political class. After compromising the system, we'll come back to shout bad governance. Oh, people have rigged the election. I am an academic, and I've seen my colleagues who have participated in election processes. Some have confessed that they were given $5,000, $2,000. I mean, I don't play ostrich. We can't continue to play ostrich. You are a lecturer in Nigeria University, College of Education, Polytechnic, or one institution or the other, public servant. You are made a returning officer. You are a supervising officer, collation officer, at one stage or the other. Politician gives you money. You think it's big money. It's a price to sell. You collect the bribe. You compromise the process and the system. You get the wrong person who had no business coming here to power, elected to be in position. Tomorrow you begin to shout that, oh, education has not been funded. The healthcare has not been funded. Infrastructure development has not been funded. The politicians are corrupt. They are stealing our money. Our children cannot go to school. We don't even have jobs after we have gone to school. Oh, Nigerian society is not working. There is no electricity. You are the architect of the problem. So you see why it's a huge statement made by a Guardian that the attention would have shifted to INEC, because INEC now, as a corporate entity, includes both the leadership of INEC, the staff of INEC, and the ad hoc staff that will be recruited from among Nigerian people who seem to be complaining now. You don't know when I said that a society gets the leadership it deserves?
Yeah.
If you and I make that decision to change, to be the agent of change, that if I am the returning officer and I am in charge of announcing the results, and you tell me that the powers that be has told me to announce a wrong thing, I will tell the powers that be to meet me in heaven. That's why today I have not forgiven Professor
Humphrey Nwosu.
No, not Humphrey Nwosu.
Okay.
What happened in Enugu in 2023? Professor Madman, also, if I get his name correctly.
Okay.
Or the Professor of Agriculture, Aneke.
Okay.
Who said that his hands were tied, that the powers, this was result I was given to announce by the from the above. I said, what kind of a professor is that? You can't tell me. I mean, the television, the savior was there. The TV cameras were all upon you. If I were in his position, I would get the real result and say, ladies and gentlemen, if I announce this result, I'm not able to get home. Pray for me to get to heaven, or wherever that is better. I'm going to announce the right result. And I can assure you, with the world viewing the cameras of the TV, nothing was going to happen to him. At least not immediately. So we all miss the chances to make history, to make the changes that our children and posterity will live to see. Can you imagine if Professor Oti or the Federal University of Technology had not stood their ground in Abia State? Have you imagined for a second that the results, the governorship of Abia State would have been different by now?
Definitely. I'm
not saying that. Look, I don't belong to the class that claps to Oti by the governor Oti, because when it's time to gather the roots and remove the corn from the chaff, who know how well he has done. So that the truth of the matter is that a lot of persons are saying that things have improved for the beta in Abia. But the point I'm making is that there was a woman, and talks up to the women, if that is a clear statistics of what the women are. There was a woman, in the face of adversities, stood her ground and said, thus far, no more. The right thing I shall do. And went ahead to announce the result against the pressures. If we have 70% of Nigerians, like the biblical Nineveh, who are ready to stand up and say, thus far, no more. The right thing we shall do. Give Nigeria 10 years, Nigeria will become a first world country. And so, to that extent that opportunities have been missed, yet opportunities still exist for INEC to do the right thing, for those of us who get opportunities to join INEC one way or the other, to use our positions to do the right thing and not capitulate to the extent of saying, what shall I do now? They were giving orders and I collected. If I don't collect, they will kill me. Am I the only person that will change Nigeria? Who told you? The collective image of a country is as a result of aggregation of our individual characters. That's the escapism that you see in Nigerians. Everybody tells you, am I the person that will change Nigeria? It is what is prevalent. Yet that same person turns the corner and starts to complain. You are the person that will change Nigeria, Deborah. Which you are the person that will change Nigeria. I am the person that will change Nigeria. And the next person, the cameraman, is the person that will change Nigeria. If we all agree that we will change Nigeria, Nigeria is going to be changed. So the political class is smaller in number. And that's why he said, if you're on election day, you accept Oban Cook and vote the other way. If you are given 10,000 naira and you sell your vote, if they share a pa, and you go there and clap with the bigo and whether on your mandate or above your mandate, that's if you shout all those things, be sure that like the man in the Bible, that you have sold your birthright. And if you sell your birthright, be sure to live with it. So we have had a struggle to change the electoral laws to make it easier. The political class brazenly refused, and they turn around to tell us they have made history. We know that they have made history in a negative sense. The opportunity still remains there, or we still have a smaller window of opportunity to still get things done, rightly. I was telling you that if we don't take time, we'll slip to the level of Uganda, Zimbabwe, Cameroon, where on the election day you don't see it, the internet is shut down. The reason for shutting down the internet is to ensure that nobody sees what is going on. Because if we are saying no technology, it is possible that day they say to avoid hacking, we will shut down the internet, or they even give a clandestine instruction to the MNOs and internet service providers to shut down the internet so that nobody sees how the manipulation goes. They will tell you, you see, we wanted to transmit, but the truth of the matter is that the network has been shut down. So let us do with what we have. We will have to speak to human beings. Everybody who wants to collapse the system will find a reason to hang on to do so. I agree that the focus should be on the INEC. Professor Amupiton knows that history and posterity are beckoning on him. They will have to write on him. They have written on Mahmoud Yakubu. No matter what Mahmoud Yakubu does, he had a bright chance, a bright-minded fellow, respectable as he was, but he stepped into the booby trap. And today, history has written very badly about him. Posterity has refused to forgive him. The likes of Morisiu is in the bad books of history, no matter what he tries to do. As a man I respect in the field of science, and research. But because he was an electoral umpire, history has written very badly of him. Posterity has put him in a dark corner. We have the likes of Humphrey, who in eternity history will remember him as a man who did good by the people, a man who had the courage to do the right thing, and posterity will continue to hold him as a shining candlelight that people will say with. So everybody has an opportunity. The likes of Jega, no matter what people think, Jega was able to have the courage to step out and do what people thought was difficult to do. And Aneke lost election even on and the re-election bid, no matter the sentiment you want to bring to it. So, when you have opportunity, Professor Amupitan, I want to use the opportunity to say that you have an opportunity to be on the right side of history and posterity. Let us see how he's going to handle it.
All right. Prof, you've spoken quite eloquently about this issue. There's no doubt that you've cleared every doubt, every hidden spots has been made quite clear. But Doc, before I let you go on this very issue, you've spoken to the legislature, we've looked at the amendments, we've spoken to Aneke. Now, Doc, let's look at the implication. What implication does this electoral amendment have for party politics, candidate selection, and voter confidence nationwide?
Yes, I alluded to it. Again, when we see what has been signed into law, we probably will speak more to it.
All right.
However, the law, as we conjecture it, has changed the nature of party politics. You know, before now, when parties resorted to delegate conferences or conventions, where delegates will come together and elect the ticket holder of the party, what we had was a situation where people campaigned for delegate control. In political parties, people were trying to manipulate to own delegates. They will tell you that these delegates belong to Mr. and Mrs. A. Mr. and Mrs. B will be struggling to buy these delegates. You will see the kind of horse trading that goes on during primary election. People will be moving from one hotel to the other, you know, in a bid to be captured in order to vote for a particular candidate. Not on the basis of capacity and capability, character and credibility, but on the basis of how much he has brought. It got to a point where Naira had become very untenable, too light to be carried around. They resorted to US dollars. And every time we neared party primaries, the exchange rates of Naira drops because dollar would have been floating into the system. People will be changing dollars here and there after delegates. In fact, people commit blue murder to get into the list of delegates because they know that after the delegate election they will buy new cars and go back to shout blue murder themselves. If the law says, as we see it now, that the mode of electing candidates will be by direct primaries and consensus, it would have changed a lot of things. One, you wouldn't have to buy delegates alone. You will not have to talk to people. It will be more difficult to buy people who are going to queue up. We saw this in in fact, it was during the Buhari era that we saw this advert talking about direct primaries, you know, and we saw it more in 2022-23. It may not totally remove buying the votes of party members to elect their flag bearers, but it has become more difficult because if you would have had 300 delegates for senatorial election, now you may have 300,000 people. It is more difficult to bribe 300,000 people. How much money are you going to throw around? In gubernatorial primaries, if you had to deal with 500 delegates, now you may have to deal with 500,000 people or 400,000 people. And there are people who have become behemoths of themselves. They were statutory delegates, even though the 2022 Electoral Act actually sneaked out the statutory delegates without the politicians knowing. And they were crying when the time came. So those statutory delegates saw themselves as behemoths. The people that you must, the idols that you must worship for you to get tickets. and it was a veritable platform for corruption. Once it is close to time for primaries, you see politicians selling the properties, some of which they acquired in a corrupt manner, in order to find money to buy tickets, quote unquote. So that may have changed, because you'll be forced to convince, you have to move from political work from one ward to the another ward, from local government to local government, depending on the level of election you are contesting. I mean, if you are contesting for councillorship, assuming local government election works, because as it is in Nigeria, there's no local government election does not work. It is an appendix of the governors. It's inside their pockets.
Oh.
If you are assuming it works, you are contesting for councillorship election, you have to deal with your ward alone. If you are going for local government election, you have to deal with the parties in your local government. So if you are contesting for House of Rep, you have to do with two local government or three local government, as the case may be.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
All right, in action. Good afternoon, because I'm on action. I have started my action. It's your one and only commissioner for enjoyment, bringing you the best of entertainment, what is happening in the world of entertainment. And today, I want to tell you, is thank God it's Friday. Somebody shout powers, powers. Somebody shout powers, powers. And I'm not doing this alone today. I'm doing this with the best of the best. Today, I want to calm down, because now I've started rushing. When I rush to introduce her, she'll be like, why did you do this? Okay. Well, I'm talking about the one and only. Today, she's a cap pepper, a red cap pepper. I'm sure that if we have red cap chief, there's another side of red cap Gen Z clock it pepper, and that's what she has to put on today. And I'm still talking about someone. When you talk about all these Indians and also. I don't know the side where she belongs currently, because everything about her is screaming luxury. The polo is luxury, the cap is luxury, the jeans luxury, everything luxury. I'm not talking about any other person than the digital red pepper. I will say hello, digital red pepper. This afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How are you doing? Thank God it's Friday.
TGIF. Thank God it's Friday.
So
the whole hype for one person.
No, because you think you don't deserve it. Sorry, she don't deserve it, but she does. Hey, you deserve it. I'm trying to ask what is inspiring you that you're looking at me that way. But before I ask that question, let me ask what inspired your Friday red? Yeah.
Anyway, I think last week I was a red.
Were you on red last week?
Yes.
I will find the video and tell the people.
Last week was Valentine.
Oh, that day you people want to.
So.
Sorry, guys. Excuse me.
No. Actually, let me break the news to you. Calm down. I want to break the news. You know that day you wanted to cry, but today you will cry well.
No, okay, that's what.
I didn't fulfill it because someone was crying on your behalf. That's 13th, but today you will cry well.
Well, I don't have any business with
I came rugged.
You see, that's why she's wearing cap. And you know what happens to people that are wearing cap? Their cap will be taken away and their covering may be lifted. But we'll leave that for the next session of what we're going into, because I don't want to be very, very dangerous. I don't want to sound dangerous, because I'm the word. You get? I'm the fight.
I'm the fight.
I'm not the Indabuski. She is the Indabuski Bahose. That means she's unmovable. Well, I'm still talking about entertainment and what is really happening in the world of entertainment. We just have to start right away with birthdays today. Is the birthday of one and only guess
our meme king.
Our meme king. And guess who the meme king?
Boy is a kind of fruit.
You know, one thing about this particular man, I never have seen any meme go wrong.
I swear, I don't know. I think
there's no role he has not played.
I think
I want to see him play.
And the way he keeps his face is another thing. I just want to, you do not the brand. Say, I think I can actually act. If without, you know, so your action, all this, you can just, you know.
And just now, how he became popular in this few years has really marveled me, because, you know, when memes started coming up, everyone started sharing memes. And I have a couple of them in my phone, because what do you mean? I'm also, what do you mean? Oh, well, it's leave it for me, because you don't understand. You are red pepper, you want to pepper the bee, but me, I am a traditional meme. But right? But I'm talking about this guy. He is very good, and he has been a Nollywood sensation over the years. There's no role he has not played. He has played Dibia. He has played a reverend father. He has played a pastor. He has played a bishop. There's nothing he has not done. There's nothing this gentleman has not done. And we are celebrating a gift to the body of Nollywood, I would say. Of course, you know that. Let me just ask you, what's your favorite Nollywood purpose meme? What's your favorite meme?
Do I have favorite? I just don't know all of them. Anyone can just happen. I just keep watching anyone that appears. I don't have any, but all of them are my favorite.
All of them. Of course, I think the favorite should be based on the mood. I want to show you the few memes we've just gathered, what it looks like. Okay.
And I'll be transcribing them for you.
Okay, this is him. And as old as he is, he doesn't change. He can only add weight, of course. And I want to see the side of the meme. Please, let's see the side of the memes, where just pick one that really you can relate to. One that you can see. Okay.
I don't like what I hate. You don't do yourself.
This side, then there's a side where look at him. Even this one can be meme. What meme can you use for this one?
I see what you do. I see what you do. I see what you do there. I'll go for see what you do there.
Now let's also talk about the other side where the
see my favorite. The one he's wearing a t-shirt. My uncle, my village people.
First of all, I want to thank Paul's on X and other social media platforms for getting these memes together, because I don't think
does he actually like know that he was like, how can someone be giving us some crazy shots?
You know the wonderful thing, I would really give credit to Nigerians. Nigerians are so talented. And when I say Nigerians are so talented, I'm not capping. This is actually the truth. Like, you're wearing a cap, so I remove your cap. Yes. I'm talking about Nigerians. These are movies that Nigerians we're actually watching.
Yeah.
And they had to start screenshotting. They had to start, screenshotting it according to how they were feeling
at that point.
So every of this meme now is in a Nollywood movie. Yes, you can get them in a Nollywood movie. And one of the look at his eyes. That eyes. don't do me.
I don't chop my eyes.
Look at the second one.
Chibo.
Look at the third one. What's this guy saying?
Guy, headmaster, you do too much. You don't do too much.
Wait, right now, look at that one.
God, I can't give myself.
No, this one was used very well.
This present one.
No, the one where he's full and he's just sitting.
Yes, now.
It was used just during December period where people were going to people's house eating. So like, I'm filled now. So anything that is a problem, I have eaten it in food, so let it come to me. Now look at that one. Are you sure that I'm not going to do this thing this person is talking about today? You know, whenever you are plucking your nose and you are thinking, you are in danger.
No, you never see anything. You never see anything. My brother, you never see anything. Now
this should be a gossip scenario. This should actually be a gossip scenario.
I cannot remember. She just. I don't call him.
No, I'm asking. Okay,
you see what I did there?
I saw what you did there. I'm looking at that pastor on. Look at that guy has been a pastor.
Guy said.
And he's working in his church. What are these people doing here? Look at the next picture. Look at, he has been a prayer warrior.
Jehovah, tell me what is it?
He has been a prayer.
I have a prophecy for you today.
No, hold it. Don't tell me, please. Before you tell me that I'm no longer a commissioner. Please hold your prophecy. We're talking about now look at that. Are you sure that you will not fail?
No, you don't fail.
Are you sure you are serious? I don't know what I did. Then look at that one. When you are done, when you are belly full and you are wearing a yellow or white shirt, you are like, yes, anything you want to do, do it, because I'm ready. I'm ready for you. You will think you will not give me food. And just like red pepper has not.
I will transfer the next one.
Okay.
The next one. You think say he's smart? You think say you wise,
you go see.
You think say you wise?
A gossip. Now, do you know? One to already go. All women will like that.
Second to the last.
Yes.
Now me be the ambassador.
Oh woman.
We like money.
You like money. Then the last one is. Papa really made my childhood, I will tell you.
I swear.
I knew that one day Nigerians will
remember this. Yeah.
Will turn this to meme. In fact, I will say credit to Nigerians. We are so creative.
Very creative.
Very creative.
I think I asked last year. I just was downloading a lot of memes from Osita. That's even when I know his actual name, Osita Yeme. I couldn't forget that name. I knew he has Papa along, but and then I had to browse the other partner in crime, and then that's where I found out his name is Chinedu Ikedieze. It was Osita Yeme that actually lured me to investigating this thing. But I just wish that he actually in this birthday he's actually celebrating that. I wish him a wife.
You wish him a wife?
Not a short wife.
Anything to say? Is this man that is cracking me up? I think also there are some other people that are celebrating their birthdays today, but we're going to just choose one person. You know, the Rihanna of Barbados is celebrating her birthday today. Riri Robin Fenty.
More child or more children to her. She should drop one.
Yes. Who are you talking about?
You really didn't want them. Every year she should drop one for us.
Because guy, do you know what it means? Don't you think God is blessing this lady now?
God is actually blessing her, and she should drop another one for us this year.
That's nice, of course. She's an amazing person.
Yeah, she's the richest female musician, right? Yes.
Right now, yeah. She should have been Celine Dion, of course. But Celine Dion is actually not so well. But she is the richest female musician all over the world. And we're gonna say, what song do you remember? Do you know any of Rihanna's song, please?
Shine like a diamond.
Does Diamond? You know that song actually. Look at how you are.
Someone don't like me. Let me give. I want to give someone this particular name for someone.
Now let me tell you something.
Yeah.
When you sing, let's talk about the song "Shine Bright Like a Diamond." Does diamond shine?
Hey, I don't blame you. You know why? Wait. You know why I do not blame you?
You will not blame me.
A poor man. What do you expect? Sorry. Someone that has not seen gold talk more of diamond. What do you expect? So how will you know that it's shining or not?
What is it that is watching?
From experience, excuse me, sorry everybody. From experience, I just wish him that. Let me not stop because someone will just use eyes and kill me like this.
Now, before that, I will kill you. I will kill you first. I will kill you in video game. That's what I mean. And I will kill you with food, of course. And I'll kill you money because I.
Let me give you this popular name. I don't fool my people. I don't fool.
All right, now I'm talking about Rihanna. What song? I think when I was growing up, her song. Do you know? You're my umbrella, Ella. Please don't sing off key. You try. You have good musical
in my one problem when we tell this my Igbo brothers is that they will see talent, they will not try to
sing. Talent? Is this talent? Yeah, talent think I have a drop. Let me speak English. This was actually the talent that was lost, that you discovered. And you know what talents are? Talents. Let me drop my
this your attitude. That's why there is no hope for the future.
That's the problem that you don't have.
Did you hear me?
No, that's the problem you don't have.
Did you hear me? With this your attitude, that's why there is no hope for the future.
The problem that you don't have is that you don't understand what talent and gifts are. Talents are not gifts. Talents are built, are given out of what someone did. Gifts are natural. Gifts are unconditional.
Wait, what's my name?
Ta. Your name is Ta. That's your name.
What's my name?
Your name is Ta. What do you mean? Asking me what's your name? Well, as the Commissioner for Enjoyment, I think I'm bringing what it is today. I hope you're enjoying what we're doing, and we are not really done. Yeah. We're bringing. We are still loading because right now I'm loading the missile to shoot you away on your table wherever you were, whether you are in the bus watching me or you are on the street watching, wherever you are watching from. I want to tell you that we are getting ready, and you have to get ready with me to see what you've never seen, to hear what you've never heard all the time. Now, as we're talking about Rihanna too, I think I have one or two looking at how Rihanna and the husband, how both of them are, working together to build a good family. I saw in one of the news that ASAP Rocky, the guy, he worth $130,000. ASAP Rocky. Now, he said from sources on the internet that Rihanna doesn't bring anything to fund the home. No, not that. He is doing everything himself in the house. He's taking care of the house. He's paying. They're not paying rent, of course, but he's the one paying the people who works in the house. And this is bringing that argument or bridging that gap between the women and the men who should be more responsible for the home, like we have not seen in other places and other climes in our society. But what do you think about Rihanna and ASAP Rocky, both of them coming together? Because I've watched the interviews a lot of times. I've watched Rihanna talk about the guy, and it's really making sense that both of them, let me hear what you have to say.
In Igbo land, we don't support evil, but over there we support evil. Will I say this is, will I call this co-parenting?
Co-parenting, right? You're asking me, you ask yourself.
Because at the point I'm confused. Two unmarried people in the same house.
No, they are married.
They're not married. Did you?
No, they are married. They said they are married.
They said.
You are not the one to say they are not married. They said they are married. Just like saying Cristiano is not married. No, just like saying Cristiano is not married. Do you know? Let me tell you something about marriage.
But is Cristiano married?
Yes, Cristiano Ronaldo is married.
Which and how?
Georgina.
Did you see any proof?
Okay, let me tell you what marriage is. Because
allegedly, just say allegedly.
No. I can give you the proofs now. Let me tell you what marriage is, in case you don't know. Marriage, basically, is when your parents accept a bride price from the commissioner.
Commissioner, why are you like this?
No. I just told you what it is. When your parents accept a bride price from a family just to take you as their wife. That is what marriage is. So marriage is not someone trying to, it's not the wedding The wedding is publicly declaring that these people are married. So in case there is a third party that should not be involved, let them take note. But once traditional marriage has taken place, once the bridal list, the stuffs that we used to pay for, once the lady's marital rights has been paid for, the lady is married. That's what marriage is. Now, in their culture, they may not actually do that. Do it like do banko. You see Rihanna carrying wine to meet Asaproki. But once the two parents, this marriage thing is a cultural thing. That's what I believe. And if you are in a culture, you should do like the culture where you are in. So I think it is important to know and to notice that that is what marriage is. But here in Nigeria, what marriage is to us is that marriage is after the bride price, we now move to traditional marriage, and we now move to opulent wedding, a wedding that you are now wondering what actually happens. Now we're going to talk about wedding, but before we talk about wedding, I want us to go on a short break. And when we're back, we're going to bring you what it is and how it is and how it's going to be and what is happening in the world of entertainment. Stay right there. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hi, welcome back to the segment of entertainment here on Aneke TV, and we are ready to give you buzz boost because I'm seated in the middle right now. You guys may not see that coming because it is actually what it is, and we are about to cause some commotion right now. There's this young lady who's putting on black, and there's another lady who's on red, which I've told you before. But before we continue the show, I would like to introduce this one that is putting on black. She is one of the she is the Ma of 042, but this Ma, we need to give her an award, and I will tell you guys the award later. This award is very, very important, and so I want to introduce to you Ma of 042. Ma, hi.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, 042. You don't know you don't know where to face again.
Let me just take out the award I'll be giving to you.
Okay, take out the award I'll be giving to you.
Late Comer Award.
Okay, but hold on before you continue. Before you continue, let me just tell you a little about Ma. Ma has been a sensation, bringing entertainment and bringing things alive. And with me sitting in the middle, I'm in trouble, guys. Pray for me because last week Saturday, it was this same position that I was that they wanted to tear my trap. Thank God it's together. You see, as the commissioner, I have it like 2 million. So I wear. Okay. I have the same clothes, 2 million. So don't expect the one I'm wearing today is the one I'll wear next week because I have it 1 million, 10 million, and my tailor is really doing a great job. So now I was telling you guys something about wedding, and we are already having a discourse with the red pepper that claims to be who she says she is not. Sorry for that. Sorry for that.
That's why we don't have good hope future.
Good hope. You don't know. Who said there's no good hope future?
I'm
a politician. What do you mean? Please leave that thing for God. Now I want to ask him, Ma, what is actually? I wanted to say, Ma, what is actually wrong with you? But I think I wanted to ask you, what do you think about wedding? What's your wedding budget? What is a good wedding to you? I mean, coupled with the weddings you've gone, weddings you've attended, weddings you've seen, what is actually a good wedding to you?
Okay, a good wedding.
All right.
A wedding that will last.
Okay.
It's not about the show. In as much as I'm a partaker of a good wedding.
Okay.
The show, I would like my wedding to be massive.
Okay. Your wedding to be massive.
I am not doing it for the media.
Okay, just
compete with anyone, but I want my wedding to be something
great,
incredible, something to talk about.
All right, let me ask Red Pepper. Red Pepper, what's a great wedding to you? What's a great wedding? When you say this wedding is great and awesome, what is actually a great wedding to you?
For me, what a great wedding is if my guests, my invited guests, are able to eat well, have themselves entertained, do you understand, and have fun.
Okay.
That's for that period. That's where I call it good, because I've been to so many weddings, no paparazzi, but I couldn't eat.
Okay, you've been to wedding.
You're not friends
You've been no.
What
I actually want to.
You are very hungry.
I actually want to ask a question now, and I think it's an important question. Do you think big weddings amount to big meals? I'm asking you.
If you have to say big
I'm
wedding
asking you.
now.
What do you think big weddings are for? Like times that you can have big meals, something like that.
Yes, now.
Because of throwing a big
like the way you know you cannot provide for your guests.
For your guests.
Just like the way you invited me the other day. I nearly come out your teeth.
Which wedding did they invite you?
Nah, why will you come here and deny me? Online, no matter why?
Commissioner will invite you for wedding and
just imagine. Just imagine this man.
No. Excuse me. Commissioner will invite you to wedding and not provide the consequences.
Let me inform you guys. That day,
which wedding? No. Which wedding did I invite you?
Your test time was about.
He was just at the point where he was hyping the whole wedding. This. I just felt
which wedding was that?
Why is so agitated? Whenever someone is just telling me that when I come to this wedding, I'll eat this one, I'll eat this one, I'll eat this one. I come wedding.
Of course. I think
I nearly thought he was a bouncer. But at the point I was like, what is this?
Which wedding?
Okay. He was at the door post. I said, come, let's go inside. The guy said, no, I like it at the door.
Like what at the door?
He likes
we're not invited.
No, excuse me.
He came as a guest like me.
This girl has started I know it's only water with
you can't wait to order for food. That's exactly the
No.
Why are you agitated like this?
Ask you something. The only wedding I've attended, and I'm saying it, the only wedding I've attended in 2025 is the wedding of Mr. Easy. I was the one who is behind the camera. I have
been behind.
No. Listen to me. What I was doing behind the camera, you cannot do it in front of the camera. I was behind the camera. I was the one. I don't need to be seen. Listen, commissioners are not people that go every place and you are seeing them. No, commissioners are more private and more, more together, trying to direct. And that was the only wedding I've gone to since last year. At a wedding that we had the likes of Brother Shaggy. I was with Brother Shaggy till morning. I was with Sister Shaggy too till morning.
That's why I carry home, follow this one, go wedding. They carry a box, I carry for head, I put up forget.
Well,
I don't know why I have a good hope. They come inside with me. Come on, just I like it at the door.
Which wedding are you talking about? But
hey, God, the only wedding that you said you attended last year and it was a shutdown.
Yes,
because you were not up to the calibers of people and the guests in there. So they preferred you to be at the door, watch and view and
to do what?
To view people coming in.
Not washing plates.
Well, it is fine.
Are you sure it's good that we saw at the plate section?
Everyone will say we want to accuse the commissioner, but the commissioner.
Because I remember one person telling Good Hope that if he wants to eat, he should go and wash the plates.
The commissioner remains undefeated. Hello.
That's why he called himself Commissioner of Enjoyment. So that if you wash, you eat.
All right. You guys have done it because when it's my time, I will shine. Now let me ask this question. All of you are saying a good wedding is a wedding you go, your guests will eat, and it's food all about. Is wedding all about food? Can't we do?
What are we doing there?
They have to. It's about food. What am I going to do in your wedding? I'm there to eat and enjoy myself.
To enjoy yourself.
I'll even carry cooler.
In which wedding? No, in commissioner's wedding we don't do that. What we do is to phone your food, take away.
When I'm coming.
No, you bring your cooler.
Yes,
that's okay. No, that's okay. Is it empty? No, you don't pack food in commissioner's wedding. You don't do that.
That means you
can pack. No, listen to me. Commissioner of enjoyment. What we share is a lot of advice in my wedding. I share a lot of.
Need advice.
No, you need advice because you need to.
That advice will not give me to know.
Now, let me tell you. Let me tell you what a good wedding should be. A good wedding should be a wedding where you come. Do you think? Okay, I wanted to ask and I wanted to say, but let me ask. Do you think a good wedding is all about the crowd? Well, that if you know people, those people you know should come to your wedding. You guys are forgetting the most important part of wedding for those who live in this side of Africa. That it is their gift that matters. The money that they used to do the wedding, they want to recover.
Yeah, do you know that sometimes why people invite some few certain caliber of people to their ceremony, be it wedding or wherever they are doing.
Okay.
It's because of the fact that they know that this person is rich. And
Okay.
he can afford, he can spray money as much as he wants.
Okay.
And that's what they want. A good wedding should be a wedding which is filled with love. The two couples, the both parties are in love. They know what they are doing. They know what they're heading into.
Okay, I want to ask a
That's
question.
what a good wedding should
Now,
be all about.
I want to ask a
It's not
question.
about
I think at that point I think I come in to object to this. I come in to object to this because at some point I think I've attended a wedding that the couples were all over themselves. They couldn't do without the whole place was saturated with love. Not up to 1 month, both of them got divorced.
All right, so all the money that was spent.
Do you understand?
Okay.
It was just
But
a crazy.
now I want to ask you guys a question. Will you want your wedding to be, in fact, your marriage to be low key?
Allah no matter. No.
No, I don't want my wedding to be local. I don't want hidden wedding.
No, it's not hidden wedding. It's not hidden
It's
wedding.
not like it's hidden, but it's just that it's low key.
You don't want a low key wedding.
I don't
So
want
what's your wedding budget? What would you think will be your wedding budget? Because
Do you know that you can have a luxury wedding that is not too saturated and full of noise?
Let's hear.
Let's make use of this wedding, this guy's wedding, Mr. Easy.
Mr. Easy.
That wedding is pure luxury. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But it's not noisy like Priscilla Ojo's wedding. Could you imagine that the money that was spent on Mr. Easy's wedding was far beyond what was spent in Priscilla Ojo's wedding? But you see the capacity of things and the way it was moderated. You know to book a venue in that city. You know what it means.
In this,
they're honeymoon there.
They actually bought a house. Mr. Femi Otedola bought a house for the place where they're going to do the reception. They bought the house in Dubai, and they wedded in 3 continents. So when you're talking about a great wedding, I'm looking at both of you. And you guys are not wrong.
Davido's one is not even close to.
No, you are now bringing it. We're not talking about Davido. Calm down.
I'm not talking about
No.
I'm saying
okay,
the
wedding.
People's wedding.
No, Davido own can't be like this. No, it can't because people are doing wedding based on what they actually feel is a good wedding, not what you feel, not what their guests will feel. See, the wedding is not for the man; it's for the woman.
Yeah.
It's for the woman, right? So if the wedding is
the
woman owns the day. So if the woman owns the woman, like you now, you own your day. You own your day. So you are the one to say this is how I want my day to be. But what if you just loved? Well, I'm not saying. I'm just asking questions because we're living in a society where a lot of people want a flamboyant wedding, not a flamboyant marriage. This one enter you guys, Abi. You know go say, you know go konaka, Abi. Both of you can clap.
Round of applause.
Clap! Come on, clap!
This
one is clapping for. You people are give Jesus the glory before I put myself in trouble.
I like the way you laugh.
Now, I want to also, as I'm talking about wedding now. Let's talk about that fact that when people come into your wedding, how your reception will be. Are you a long service person, or are you just let's do this wedding and go home and let everybody enjoy? Are you an after party wedding kind of person?
Oh, one day.
You look like a one day. You look like somebody that will want after party. You look
we'll give Jesus. I told you something before we came here.
Jesus.
What belongs to Jesus. And this is what belongs to Caesar.
Give to commission.
At that church point, we have given. See, let me tell you. At that church point, we have given our parents what belongs to them.
That church is for them.
It's for them. They all one beside belongs to us.
For a long when I would love that, but the thing with me is that I get tired easily.
Okay, you get tired easily. You get bored easily.
Yes, if I stay in a particular place for a long time, my body starts itching me. I feel
you.
like going home. I feel like just lying down.
Really? You will lie down there. You lie down and say it's part of the wedding.
It's not
the same
thing. What's actually a long wedding? Let's talk about this. What's actually a long wedding? Is it a mass of 2 hours, 3 hours? Is it long?
Okay, let me cut it off.
Short for like 3 hours.
On your wedding day?
Yes, now.
No,
No.
You will.
Even in a normal Sunday service, don't you? Can't you be in church for 3 hours?
Up to that much?
Yes,
no, there are other things to do. Do you want to cut off where you sign your registration for wedding?
Is it when you kiss? Is it when they will advise you to? Is it when they tell you should come and kneel down? Is it? There are so many processes.
I will stand there. That means that I'll just wait.
No,
you at a point you sit down.
No, you sit and stand. Of course, it looks like you're not going for just wedding. You're not going for wedding service. You are going for wedding party.
For one day.
One day.
The girl.
If we don't want to go that long process, maybe we can come back later and do that one.
See this one. Let's laugh at him, man.
Every hour in the church just to sign a paper, just to say I do.
No. You don't know that.
Then after that, you still go back to reception. I will just be tired. Like.
See, let me tell you, I think from my
you go back and sit down. They adjust your face.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask this question. What is reception? What is a great?
That's why I feel like
great reception.
That's why I feel like the pregnant woman should not. Like I see some heavy pregnant women doing wedding and all this. Right. Okay, the last wedding I attended, December period, it was a heavily pregnant young lady. Now the time we left there at that reception hall was around after 6 to 7
in the night.
In the night, in the evening, like in the evening. So they were heading to another reception ground, like after party or one day night.
The woman.
Yes, that one was the reception for the family, and they were heading to young boys something reception. This thing. The lady was heavily pregnant.
Pregnancy to be that before they hand.
You know, say at some point now, waiting you go use whole man.
Excuse me, dance. Excuse me, dance. No, excuse me, dance.
Now waiting you go use whole man, some men.
Excuse me.
If that belly not come out.
No, excuse me.
They're not gonna take you serious.
Can I say something? That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm asking, what is a good reception to you? How many? When you go for a wedding? I know, in my mind, I think I have my own idea of reception. I don't want a reception or not just a flamboyant reception. I want a reception where, as everybody's moving into the hall, settling down, just start eating. And if we have anything to do, play it on the projector. You guys watch our love story. If I have one, Commissioner don't have a love story. Commissioner have a cross story, the Calvary. I will play you in Mana Jesus Nasi.
So that day now you put Jesus movie.
You put Mel Gibson movie.
Yeah, but when they get time, they go to Jesus wedding.
So all of you will repent that day. The gift is Bible.
We live enjoyment. God, I attended one ceremony. So the smell of the food was so enticing, was out of the world, and they said, "Let's pray." I was even thinking it just, oh God, bless our meal. This. They fire prayer.
Prayer.
Bring out 1 minute. Put for that. Amen.
You see,
amen.
Prayer.
Yes, now for us to eat. They give person opportunity to pray for us. Because the person come, they speak in tongue.
Okay, leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. Because if you keep talking about this, we may not end the show today. But let's talk about this. I've said what a good reception is to me. Just my wedding should be like 3 hours as a commissioner for enjoyment, so that people can have more time to enjoy. Now, what I'm saying is, when you look at Nigeria's wedding, what young ladies are having in their mind and their head, at the end of the day, you see that it's not realistic. What most young ladies think is a great wedding for them is not realistic. I know you want to change 4 times.
No, I want to change 20 times. So.
Good. I know you want to change 30 times. Mama don't have the strength, you see. So
I have the strength.
You have the strength.
Just for that day. You don't know me.
Please, let's move on, because
personality difference is something that you have to consider.
I want to bust, but
just put that. I don't leave you sleep up.
Your own, eh?
Are
you sure?
If you sleep up, I take over. Overtaking is allowed.
Alright,
they sleep. Oh, we should clap for you. 1, 2, ready, go. Let's clap for the sleeper. Let's clap for you. All right, now let's move over to something very interesting I saw on X, and it's something that I've been thinking about. As ladies, what's a soup to you? What's a soup? What's the best soup? You think? Yes. What soup do you think is the grand architect of soups? And what is a good soup to you? What will you take now as soup? You say, yes, that's it. What is actually it? I'll start with you, Gift. Because Gift, you look like...
See, if you want to eat healthy, go for vegetable soup.
No, I'm not saying it's healthy. I'm saying, what is the soup you eat now that you say, oh, this is it for me? Because I have a lot of evidence this afternoon.
I like
egusi
soup when it's being cooked well, but my best is draw soup.
Draw soup.
Yeah, but I like egusi.
That's why you wore red and red, because you draw. You don't used to win. You draw.
I don't know the kind of draw you're talking about.
No, what I mean is red and red, because you used to draw. You don't used to win.
You don't know.
Calm down.
Pastor, why not?
People are talking rubbish. What I'm saying is, you don't red because you don't watch football. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Drawing.
No, look at you now. Are you not wearing red? Are you not wearing
how does relate to drawing?
No, because
you should draw now.
Because if you play football, you know that there are people that draw, there are people that win. I'm a Manchester United fan, so I will wear red. I don't know what you mean.
For them to draw, you know what they draw?
They play football. This girl.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They draw that.
You know that one that draws.
Well, leave these people. I don't know what they are talking about. Now let's talk about something. So what is actually what is actually a good soup to you?
Don't like the one that
Commissioner, why you like this now?
No, I'm asking.
Why you making us look like a scissors?
It's you that is calling yourself.
I don't understand, Commissioner.
Let's talk about
I want to enjoy myself at this point.
No. See
you didn't receive gifts. Commissioner, not give you gifts.
Can I ask you something?
Oh my God!
I don't give her gift. Let her perish without having a gift. Perish. I don't care. Please, can we bring the soup? Please bring in the soup. Let's enjoy, because I have a great soup to give you guys.
This
one is afang.
I
don't know.
You don't ask me anything.
I didn't ask you why
Oh Jesus! Say power
now, because you see soup, you are shouting power.
Hi.
No soup. Okay, what's this soup? This is afang, right? Is this your favorite?
Yes.
Okay.
Vegetable soup is the only soup that you can give me. I'll eat it with. Just make like 5 cups of garri. I'll finish it.
Are you serious?
Vegetable soup.
Clap for yourself.
That's only soup that I eat very well. Not like I don't like.
You don't like other soup.
I like egusi.
I don't think I
like it when it's hot.
Egusi when it's hot, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see the next soup, because I have a lot of soup.
Oh,
this is egusi. This is the egusi.
Oh.
Can you cook this? Can you cook this?
I think good job cooking this and giving me it.
Giving you care. This was not we were preparing.
You cannot cook.
That's what you guys said. It's fine. Just have your opinion. It's fine. Let's see the next soup, please. Let's see the next soup, please, because thanks to Big Chef. Big Chef, you're doing so well. By Chef, Big Chef, you're doing so well. This is still afang.
Yeah,
but this is
enough
of rishi.
Yeah.
I wanted to give you this the other time, but this is oha. This is oha. Guys, are you ready? Are you ready? No, I just finished all these things. Then I want to snap it before I start bringing it in, so that you guys can start enjoying. You know. Let's. Okay, looking at this ohana, what's the body? Oh, this is okra. You guys don't like okra?
I like okra when it doesn't have plenty pepper.
Okra when it doesn't have plenty pepper?
Yes, I just like it, like the pepper will just be moderate, not
okay, can we see the next soup, please? Okay, there's not a soup, this is a meal. Then my question is, what is food to you? Is it a breakfast or
This should be breakfast.
This is breakfast.
This is breakfast, right?
Yeah.
And not a dinner, right? Breakfast. What drink goes with this?
Ooh.
What's a drink?
Can I go with this? I'll go with exotic.
Exotic what?
Exotic.
No, exotic what? I'm asking.
Juice now, juice.
Juice.
Yes.
Okay. Chivita
I
exotic.
could go with Coke.
Coke.
Yes.
Okay, Ma, what can you go with this? Because Ma looks like she doesn't eat a lot, but
pap all the way. Pap all the way. I like sleeping, so pap all the way.
Pap.
Yes.
Okay, so
I don't take drink in the morning.
Okay, you don't take drink in the morning. Now I know someone behind the scene is saying, "Wow, can I have this? Can Commissioner get this?" Well, if you have been hanging around doing this entertainment show with us, I promise one of those plates will get to you. Please don't drag my shirt when I'm done with the show. I beg you. You have a plate of it in a picture, and that is actually what we're going to be bringing to you. Now, I think that one thing about food is that we don't have the right to really say this is what we want to eat until we test it.
Yes.
And most times food doesn't look as it doesn't taste as it looks, right? But to share me your experience with the worst food you've ever eaten. Oh, yeah.
The worst food I've ever
What's
eaten.
the worst food you've ever eaten?
Well, I think the worst food was
Try to
limit.
You
We
guys
had to patronize that woman. We now understood why they say.
People were running away.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that you people had the. Okay, tell me your best food, Uma. Let's go. What is your best food? The
Do I
best
actually
food.
have a best food?
Like what you have actually eaten, let's say in 2025, and you're like, you can't forget that memory. Yeah.
My best food should be rice and stew.
No, what is that the food you ate and you're like, I can't, this memory had to, you can't unleave it. Yes.
Well, I eat everything. I don't really know
Okay,
what
okay.
I would say. I don't select food. I eat everything.
Of course, back to red pepper.
So I don't think
What's the best, a good meal to you? Yeah.
I think I like eating spag. And the funny thing is that my mom don't like spag.
Okay,
I like spag. So it's a contradictory thing. Like, my mom don't like spag. I like spag.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I eat spag a lot.
Okay, you eat spag a lot. Well, I don't know. The commissioner doesn't have best food because as the commissioner, my consequence, what we do is that we the food, we don't eat it. We give it out. Okay. We do a lot of giving.
But I think here hunger the wire.
No, hunger is not a wire to wire.
You never.
Commissioner, we don't get money. You don't understand.
No, you guys are very. You guys are taking this thing.
I
don't know the good hope. I don't know the good hope is given to us at this point.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, both of you
No
plan
problem.
for me. Now, I think we're gonna end this show in this segment
with one
of the show.
plate of
Yes,
ofako.
we have with Ofako. Yes, I'm gonna send you the image to better prepare to
I don't want
leave it.
the image.
You don't
I
want the image. You want the real Ofako.
I want to be seeing it.
It's
yes.
okay. Don't worry. My PA will attend to you. Okay. That's not a problem. Now, I want to bring us to a point where we're going to share just a moment of life we've lived in 2026. What is that in 2026 that you've seen that you can tell other young girls to really emulate? What have you seen in the life of celebrities? What celebrity is it for you? Who is the him for you that when you say, okay, I think I like this celebrity, let all the young girls go and learn something from them. Go and learn something from this girl. Go and learn something from that guy. Who is the celebrity to you, and what does it mean to have influence, and who has influenced you in 2026? Yes.
I think none of them have actually influenced me in 26 because I think I have my own perception of life and what I choose to be modeling. Maybe that person is just modeling just an aspect of what I like, but it doesn't mean it really define who I am. Because I am someone that has a mindset of our own. I have my page and which I am trying to cover. So me looking at someone, I don't see one thing about myself. I like myself is that I don't come to somebody a certain space and say, I want to be like this person. Okay. You know, I want to be like myself. I want people like, this girl, this one. I just want my own stance. I just wanted the like gift. This is Gift and this is who she is. I don't want to be like Gift is trying to be this. I don't like that name. Why is not that? I don't just like the father. I say Gift is this person. This is my brand. This is who I choose to. Because me myself, are you talking about celebrity where you are sitting with a celebrity here? Yeah. You're just disrespecting me. The other part, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for the fact that you belittle me to the point that you didn't recognize who actually you're sitting with.
Well,
you know, that's also appalling.
I'm not talking about a social lawyer or
you know, there's a popular adage I say.
We're not talking about charity does not begin to at home.
You know, people are like,
funny thing, she wanted to quote Jesus in Matthew and Mark chapter, but she cannot even quote that place. Okay. You see, that's why I tell you, when you say give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and give to Jesus what belongs to Jesus, then give to commissioner what belongs to commissioner. Commissioner can commission you.
You see, that's how we actually go and look for
from the beginning, but afresh from where you stopped. You have to relax. I tell you, relax, because it is the weekend that is going to be amazing. I want you to catch all the musics that are coming out. By Monday, we're going to do a music review, what it is and how it is, the albums that are trending, and what you should expect from the celebrities who are giving out music in 2026. And I'm telling you that this year promises to be the best year yet.
And fun.
And fun. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Gift. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aneke.
And we see you same time, same station. I remain your one and only commissioner traditional for enjoyment. Catch me downstairs as we enjoy
downstairs
and have fun together.
Downstairs.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
Downstairs.
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Okay, now.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world. The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity, and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels: Osu, individuals historically dedicated to deities; Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers; Amadi Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers; and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndigo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Indigo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Ohu question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
We are glad to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that has developed very huge interest in the activities and well-being of the young people. We achieve this by way of making opinions. We give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi, and today our topic is youth inclusion in governance. Thank you so much for being there. All right, looking at youth inclusion in governance, we have decided to bring in some high-profile and notable young people who have a very large inclination when it comes to politics and governance, and they are here to discuss this topic. By my left is Ndali Modebe. He is a global media and PR expert. Ndali, you're welcome.
I'm glad to be here.
And by my right, I have AGK Celestine Amechi. He is a youth development enthusiast, and he also the CEO 360 Media. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have another powerful individual who is the president, Enugu State Youth Farmers Association, and then the director of the Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Kenneth Eze. Ken, you are welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, our business for today is youth inclusion in governance. But first of all, let me begin with you. Who could be referred to as a youth before we talk of being included in governance?
That's a wonderful question. Usually a youth is someone that is usually between the ages of 14, 15 to 24 in certain parts of the world, and also 14 to 35, people that are not fully developed adults, but they're also too young. They're also older than, you can't call them teenagers. So those are the youths, people that, their opinions can be easily formed and structured, the ones that have the energy and, the zeal to get things done in the community.
Thank you so much. We have observed the ladies first.
Yes.
Then educator can come in. I don't know how comfortable you are with that definition of whom a youth can be.
I actually think that there is no perfect definition of a youth. I can talk about brackets.
Okay.
Yes. We'll talk about Nigerian youth policy. I'll talk about Nigeria as a context because we're in Nigeria. A youth in Nigeria is between 18 to 35 of age. All right. Other parts of the world, like she said, you can talk about if you meet somebody who is 15 years in America or UK and meet a youth who is 15 years in Nigeria, you may disagree. And they are not of the same age bracket for obvious reasons. But for me, talking about Nigeria, when you mention youth, talk about 18 to 35 years of age. Even though we know that when we now go to a diverse and a more complicated settings, like party lines, when they tell you that this person is a youth leader, you begin to question yourself whether you still understand what the definition of a youth is. But officially, in most official documents, it is between the age of range of 18 to 35.
18 to 35. All right, Ken.
Yeah.
If there is nothing or there is anything they have not said about the definition of whom a youth should be, then you come in.
I think the age ranges, like what she said and what he said, they are in line with what I have to say. But I think a youth is someone who is transitioning from a childhood to adulthood. So within that bracket, in as much as now in Nigeria and Africa, once you are lively, you are energetic, you are innovative, you have a teachable spirit, you're a youth. I don't believe in restricting a youth to a certain age bracket, because sometimes you can see how someone who is a youth that falls under that age bracket but acts like an old man. The person is not innovative, the person is not youthful, the person is not resourceful.
What of the exuberance?
Even the youthful exuberance is even bringing the person down instead of taking him to a higher level. So I believe we are in order, just like what Amechi has said in some kind of legal document, 15 to 24 in the UN Charter, then 18 to 35 in the African Youth Charter. That's what we have.
All right, thank you so much. Ndale, from the definitions we have got so far, we are together when it comes to this. There are no discrepancies at all. Okay, let me come to you again. Could you please tell us or tell our viewer why you think the youth are necessary in governance?
That question, if I decide to go into it, we won't live here. But first of all, I want to say that the youth, they bring what is called digital inclusion. They make things smarter, they make things faster, they are very innovative. The youth of these days are not the ones that will sit and want to use the bureaucratic systems that are longer. They make things, they look for easy fixes and hacks to difficult problems. For example, like the voting systems that we have right now. Left for the youth, people internationally, people in diaspora. Like for me, during the election period, I was in Accra, Ghana, right? People in different parts of the world, the United States, South Africa, everywhere, Nigerians should be able to vote electronically if you allow the youth be the youth. And these are things that they can do at the tip, because a lot of them are cyber aware, a lot of them are very, very tech savvy. So I feel that when you're bringing in the youth, you're talking about a fresh perspective. You're talking about an unconventional perspective. You're talking about something that is new, and a lot of times, in as much as the youth have so many wonderful and beautiful ideas, I don't know how ready the government is to accept and assimilate the views of the youth in current Nigerian governmental systems.
All right, Aneke, she has mentioned quite a number of things that are wonderful about the young people and why they should come into the governance. If there's anything she has not mentioned, and you have to tell us.
Okay, I must say I align with what you also said, but I want to say that do you actually know the percentage of the Nigerian population that is youth?
Okay.
Officially, we should have over 60% of our population as youth. So I think if you want to talk about governance, talk about who should be governed. You can't govern people out of the space or in the space. At governing me, I should be involved. If I'm involved, it's even easier for you than wants to govern me. So governance in Nigeria, youth has to be part of it because they make a greater percentage of our population. Talk about the energy. Talk about the digital value they are bringing. You know, before now, we used to have many of our banks. Let's use the financial institutions, for example. Before now, we used to have the banking sector. Most of our banks use traditional systems whereby you make transfers, they tell you come back in 24 working hours for this working. With time, it was the youth that developed a mechanism to break it down. That you use something, you use apps, fintechs. We are now having fintechs today because of youths. Before now, still up till now, there are traditional banking systems are still insisting that you must go through the same process they used to do in the past. Do you understand? So we are moving from that conventional methods, like you said, to unconventional methods. So for instance, just like I said, firstly, if you talk about governance, you should look at the people who should be governed. And the youths are the ones that make up that greater percentage. And we have a lot to bring to bear. All right? In Nigeria today, I believe that the bulk of the problems we are having and facing today is because those who are making our laws, those who are thinking about our future, are those who are moving to the past.
Those who are moving to the past?
Yes. Those who, by nature, by design, the persons who are leading us today are supposed to be taken care of in old people's homes. Being cared for. We'll consult them occasionally for their ideas. The younger persons should be able to be given the opportunity to offer their own value and their youthful currency. That's why you have a young person, somebody of 50-something years, contesting for councillorship positions because he was not given opportunity when he was young. He was following, singing praises, shouting hallelujahs for the older ones until he was able to get to a position where they say, oh, yeah, try councillorship. I think you can do it here. But there are a lot of youths in Nigeria. He's the president of Young Farmers Association. Left for him, if he tells you the story and the experiences and challenges he has faced, is from the older persons who may think he's too young to handle certain positions. In Enugu, we have a governor who is about 50 to 51 years old. Check how many governors in Nigeria are within that age range. But normally, what they will say is that he's not ready, old enough to run. You understand? And we have not too young to run bill. But are these things working?
Before you come to not young to Rom deal, I want to get a view from Kenneth. A lot have been said. Of course, you know that. While I have to get this view as well from you is because I think this is a wonderful aspect of this program. Why youth should be in governance in the first place. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, you know, he just mentioned a very wonderful point here. He said something. If we make up the 60% of the population, so we should be part of the governance, you know, the governing system. And I think I believe totally with what you just said. I concur because we are youthful, right? And there are some things we inject innovations to these things. We try to bring in, you know, to address contemporary issues like technology. You know, you just made mention of fintechs, then climate change, education. You know, in as much as we have some persons, young persons, that they have given a chance to rule us, but they have not made a good name for the youth. But that doesn't mean that they will not continue to keep giving us the opportunity to do that. You just made mention of the governor of Enugu State, who has young commissioners, young House of Assembly members, and people are coming on board. And we are praying that we are going to see much on that. Let's get the youth into politics. You know, in as much as we are youthful, you know, we are quick to really, you know, exude that energy and all that. But let us see. We have been trying these old elderly ones. You know, let's give a youth a chance to come on board to bring all this, you know, because emotions bottled up festers. Our energy, we need to exert these things. You know, so we cannot do that outside governance. We cannot do that because the only time when they need the youth to come on board is when they are doing politics, election, politicking. So they can come and carry the ballot box and run. And maybe if they want to shoot, it's you they will shoot. Then after they want to count the votes, you then go and fight. After that, now when it's time to come and govern, they will drive the youth back. Then they will now come and stay there, start bringing their cronies and friends and families to come and rule us. Well, that is all for I think I will say more.
I understand how you feel. Okay.
Okay, I made a statement. I said, if you're a driver of a bus and you're headed to Obolafo and the passengers are going to Obolafo, but the driver is moving to Aba, what do you think will happen? In Nigeria, the younger persons are moving to Obolafo. The older persons are moving to Aba. They don't care about what happens. The policies they are giving us are implementing. They don't care what happens to all of us because they are living. If you are making policies, if I as a younger person and I am 35 years old and I am the governor of Enugu, for instance, I know that if I fail, I still have many years of my time to see the consequences or the benefits or advantages of what I've gotten. There's something he said about giving chances. That people are complaining about youth have been given chances, but these are outliers. They are those ones that are saying they failed. If you mentioned this, what about Yahya Bello of Kogi State? What about many of the old persons who have been given opportunities in this country? They are sitting on our commonwealth, messing it up from years and years and years. I want to shock you. If you go to offices of most of these men, the people who are running those offices are young persons.
Okay. The same young person.
The same young persons. If you appoint a minister, if you go to his office, the person who is carrying his files, documenting for him, telling him click here, click there, is a young person. A young person. Why not give him that opportunity to exert their ideas, to build, to collaborate, to be able to give you that result that you need? It's more like in your family. It's more like in your family that you have certain age brackets in your family. You know that this person is good here, this person is good there. But because of the fact that you believe naturally that this person should not be given that opportunity because you feel he's too young. But you know this is one that is bringing the ideas that can move in every organization that I belong to. In fact, we had a meeting before coming here. Darlington was part of that meeting. All we're looking at is results, not who brings the ideas. Who is this person that will sit on this chair and drive us forward to Obolafo? Not about who brought the chair or who is bringing the idea. It's about the ideation. It's about the person who is able to give the ideas and be able to implement it and give us the desired results. And I can assure you that in Nigeria, even in Enugu, there are a lot of young persons in Enugu how many states in Nigeria will you have young persons leading an organization about farming? They tell you that a young person, you know why they confuse most of us? They say, you should go back to farming. They will know that most of us are ready to do that, but will they give the opportunity? If there are international grants now to be given, ask him, will they allow him to use that grants to be able to do what is meant for those grants will be distributed even before it gets to Enugu State.
Okay. I think all of you are making wonderful points here. And the government are those concerned. If they have ears, I think they should be hearing us right now as we speak. Let's bring it this way. Ndale, if it falls in your discretion to decide on the percentage of the young people that should be in governance at once, taking note of the fact that, according to Aneke, that the young people constitute up to 60% of the whole population. All right. What is the percentage of young people you would like to be included in governance at once?
Okay, so I'm going to borrow a leaf from one of my go-to books, 48 Laws of Power. It says, speak about change, but don't enforce it too quickly at once. We might have the big talk about the youth inclusion and all that, but when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, you know that if we decide to exact that right now, there's going to be an uprising. There's going to be an, so it's called, what I will advise is systematic change. Left for me, I want 100% youth in offices, youth in governance, youth in, corridors of power, youth in everywhere, NAFDAC and all that. However, we know that it might not happen anytime soon. So what we can do is, believe me, I say let's start from 25%. Let's start from, and those 25% that sit in powerful positions, starting with my colleague, President Kenneth, can now start putting viable and solid hands. So it's like a chain, it's like a pyramid, it's like dominoes. So one he that is in power empowers another one. So each one bring one. I feel that we should inculcate the system of the Bible, hallelujah, where Jesus started with 12 apostles, 12 disciples. Each person in government should have 12 people that they are training to either take over or sit in place, that they are giving mentorship to. So let's start with 12. Let's distribute them. 12 loyal hands, just like the Knights of the Round Table. They have integrity, sound mind. Let's start with that. And then the quality of the people like William Zuchemba, for instance, people that are exerting change, people that are doing things like President Kenneth. I believe if he got into politics, proper, I believe he's going to, because I see integrity in what he's doing. All right?
All right. Yes. Thanks. I am not cutting you short, but I heard you say 25%, right? 25%. 25%. Yes. And that to me means in the ministerial nomination, you to be 25%.
Yes.
In the Senate, members of the Senate, 25% of young people.
Exactly.
In the House of Representatives, 25%. We already know that presidency is one person. Then coming down to houses of assembly in each of the states, 25%.
Yes.
By the young people.
Let us start with 25%.
Okay. All right. Kenneth, let me come back to you. 25% noted. All right. Noted, absolutely.
All right.
If, for instance, as we have mentioned, that the young people are not given space in governance, how has that affected the youth empowerment?
Yes.
Or youth development, as case may be?
Negatively, because I don't know how you intend to empower me if you don't engage me and know what I want. If we are not included in the decision making, if you are not brought in to come and sit on the table where decisions are made, how do you then want to serve me and rule me well and actually get me satisfied? So I think they have not really included the youth, and most of the decisions that they make sometimes are for their own benefits, not actually for the youth. They believe we are not ready, and they believe these youths you guys should just go and maybe go to ICT, do other things, but politics and governance is not for you guys. But I think leadership is a calling. Yes, we have younger persons that are capable to do these things. Like you made mention of youths that are leading the agricultural sector in Southeast. I find myself as the youngest. When you go to Abia State, you see a lot of when I was in the midst of Afar, I was like, what am I doing here? But you know, this thing, how it started was it came out of passion. But like, what is that problem that we need to solve that can tackle the problem of unemployment? You know, youth unemployment. You know, we churn out graduates every year, millions, and then they come out to face massive, great unemployment in the country. And the agricultural sector is being looked down. So I started this movement, brought in some people, going to the National Youth Council, going to the National Youth Assembly of Nigeria, started meeting. Even now, National Youth Assembly of Nigeria, they're trying to have an agricultural directorate that is working and functioning in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Honorable Patrick Kubu, is a young man that is really supportive of what I'm doing. Even sometimes some people will ask him, why are you in support of this young man? But there's something he sees in me that they are not seeing, because he's a young person. He identifies with the drive and the vision that I have. He has already seen, okay, I see myself in this person. I see that this person wants to better the lot of so many of other youth that are still coming. So when I go there, I create opportunities for them. I know that now we need to have extension workers in the agricultural sector. Extension workers, these extension services are done by the youth. But we don't have them in Enugu State. We don't have them in Southeast. We don't have people that can go into agri-tech. Now we have Enugu First Tech coming up. I want to go there to make sure that we have agricultural technology in existence. So these are the things that can make youth to go into agriculture. You know, when you go into agriculture, you don't see them there because they are not, they don't have policies. They don't have things that can make them welcome and feel okay and satisfied when they come into that sector. So that is why we need the youth to get involved. 25% for me is a good start. Okay. But we think I need 50%, 50-50, because we need the old men, we need the elderly ones to hold us by the hand so that we can learn. We should have a smooth transitioning to power.
All right, smooth transitioning to power. That's wonderful. Ndali, you said 25%, and Kenneth is saying 50%. Then let me come back to you, Ejike. Not really on the percentage you want. I want you to bring it to the aspect of unemployment of the youth. Not allowing the youth come into governance. How has it impacted the youth in terms of youth unemployment?
First of all, I'm looking at Nnamdi Azikiwe. I'm looking at our elder brother, Michael Obara. Most of these people, what were the drives? Why were they able to?
You are looking at the pictures hung on the wall?
Yeah, hung on the wall. I'm seeing them now. And I'm remembering them, the names of those men who were major players then. The Gowons, the Ojukwu them. When did they actually start taking up positions? When did they start serving?
25, 30, 35, you know.
And they're telling you, you are not ready, you are not ready. You said something before we started about governance and politics. There are persons, actually, no matter how we want to play it, if you understand politics and governance, you know you cannot use somebody who will govern to play politics because you may not know his left from his right. There are persons who are very good at managing political environments and scenarios. So those people are very much well employed during that time. When it is actual governance, there are persons that you bring forward to govern. And these people know these men, they know these young persons, they know these minds. Sometimes most of them actually feel threatened. That this, at my age, when I was at your age, I was somewhere answering councillor or answering sasa. But you are talking about contesting House of Assembly or House of... See, the reason why our country or state is the way it is today is because the wrong person are having square pegs around holes. You're talking about the effects of not involving youths. If you don't involve youths, they involve themselves in many ways. If I look for job in the best ways, if I know I have very good skills to give you what it takes in governance, and you cannot, if I'm a security expert, and you cannot bring me in to be able to work in that industry, I know how to work against the industry. I will go and find means to do that. I begin to look for ways to counter. The reason why you are seeing what is happening in Nigeria today is because that particular sector is being lucrative now. Kidnapping, organ harvesting, murders, or no government, or no government.
I will not sit down here and agree with you that it is lucrative.
Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Let me tell you why. Any sector in Nigeria that has remained unabated, unchecked, has continued to outlive its time, is lucrative. Do you know why? That there are some players and actors around that
Benefiting
area who are
from it.
benefiting from it. If nobody is benefiting from any venture, even the agricultural sector that he's in, if he's not bringing anything to his table, if he's not helping him to grow, he will shut down. If this particular station now that you're working is not serving your interest, you shut down. What am I saying? And I don't mind they say it's devil workshop.
Yes, but let's take it this way. Let's take it
beyond
this way.
that,
Let's take it this way. Look at where my challenge is.
Let me land.
Saying it is lucrative. You should have been directional when you said that. No. That is why I said I won't agree with you.
Yes.
Because people are, a lot of these idle minds, like you said, they are recruited. They don't know what they are doing.
Let me tell you.
Think of the future of those youths in time to come.
Let me tell you
Not
why.
even those who are benefiting.
Let me tell you why. If I am not earning up to 1,000 naira in a month and they call me and recruit me into a business that will pay me 50,000 naira.
What type of business is that?
Any business. And I don't mind they say it's devil's workshop. If you recruit any person and say, okay, why do you think that some certain business are actually still in existence in Nigeria?
I still want you to look at it from the after effects.
You are not getting my point. I am not endorsing it. I'm telling you, looking at the effect. When you look at the effect, you have to be very holistic about it.
It was when you mentioned that it's been lucrative.
Why am I saying it? Why am I saying it? What will make a criminal have the mindset of quoting a certain amount of money that he knows he cannot even make in a year if he goes into a legitimate sector? If somebody kidnaps somebody, they'll be quoting 100 million, 50 million. Why would you be saying something like that? Can you, if you are into a legitimate business, can you make that money in how many years? But it's because somebody pays it and it's been unchecked. And if you look at the chain of command of how they distribute the money, there are persons who are benefiting. What am I saying? I'm saying that youth inclusion should be holistic.
Let's include the youth and get them busy.
Get them busy. I'm not saying everybody must not be House of Assembly member. That's not what I'm here to say. Everybody must not be local government chairman. That's what I'm not here to say. You must not be governor, but you can be a lecturer in a university. You can be into agriculture. Some persons who are good in tech can be giving grants.
I want to jump in.
Let me just hand up. Let me just hand up. Do you know how much when they say government officials, they procured SUVs for officials about 50 million, 30 million, 20 million, 100 million. You know how much it take to empower somebody who wants to go into poultry farming? It's a token.
Of course.
Do that per wards. We have 260 wards in Enugu. Select 10 persons in each ward. That's 2,600 persons. Multiply by, say, 5 million. Do the maths. And then multiply how much money they are using to buy SUVs and relevant unnecessary lifestyle they are living. And tell me which one will empower youths more. They know the path to go. But let me tell you why they don't. They know if they empower me, I'll be self-sufficient, independent.
And during election?
Yes. During election, if you don't call me to go and carry ballot boxes, because I'll be in my farm. But if you empower me, I will empower others. And that's how the economy...
Okay. I think you have made a lot of valid points.
A medical perspective.
That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
A medical perspective.
Medical perspective. Okay.
I'm a advanced first aider, but that's not. See, in the body, everybody has. You see this cancer that develops and becomes cancerous.
Yes.
Everybody has everything, all that the negative, the positive.
Yes.
Right, and when it's there. And it's non-cancerous. It's normal. We are moving around with it. But by the time you start negative lifestyle choices, you start injecting the toxins and everything, it becomes cancerous. So that same, let's think about it like the youth in the society. They're there, they're normal, they are non-activated, they are human beings. But by the time life starts throwing, school fees, this one, that one, they become cancerous. So if they are not useful, they will be highly unuseful. So what we are saying is, if you want to curb the excesses, there's something that happened in Onitsha. I'm from Onitsha, Anambra State, hallelujah, right? If you want to there was a time that there was so much robbery in Onitsha during the time of Aneke and the rest, the RICO and all that. Guess what the government did? I've forgotten the particular government. I don't know if it was. I remember. He came and just did mass empowerment, gave all of them bikes. And then all those things stopped. They started, they will stop. They were hustling. The normal Igbo person likes to work. Dignity is, they don't care if they are plumbing. As long as they have work to do, they will do it and carry it on their chest. Do you understand? But at some point, they now came and said, what is the solution?
That's true. Do you know when we have the highest level of employment in Nigeria? It's during elections.
During elections.
When we have the highest level of employment in Nigeria is during elections.
Educate, you will tell us more about that.
Thank you.
Looking at our discussion so far, a lot have been said. A whole lot have been said. And more of what have been said are that youths are not included in governance.
That's all.
There is not even the intention of including them by tomorrow. How many percentage of youth are here? You are just 3 persons here. If I'm a youth, include me. And I can see how bitter you are. Think of what is happening outside there. We're going to observe just a short break. When we come back from the break, I want to ask you after the break. Is there no governor in the 30 states of the Federation that has done something or included the youth in its own state? Are there no governors like that? I said when we come back from the short break. Everyone, thank you so much for being there. We're going to observe just a short break. When we come back, we'll continue. Thank you so much. Just a short break. Don't go away.
Dedication is doing your best, even when no one is watching. It is the quiet force behind every masterpiece and every breakthrough. With consistency and focus, you don't just chase excellence, you become it. Stay dedicated, the results will speak.
All right, back from the short break, we are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Before we went to the short break, it has been like tug of war because the young people are very, very bitter from what we have seen so far. Before we went on short break, actually, we are talking of, or I intended to ask this question. Is there a governor of any state in the Federation that has included the young people in his or her governance? How many young persons who are below 40 are in the ministerial positions today? Do you know anybody who is below 40 that is a minister of the Federal Republic?
I don't know, the new minister for science and technology, Honorable Day, right?
Kingsley,
yeah. I don't know if he's below 40, but I think he's very younger
I know
than...
Yahaya Bello was part
Okay.
of the pioneers of the youth in politics.
Well, he was a former governor.
I'm talking about now.
I think
we are talking about today.
Ojo, the current Tunji, the Minister of Communications, I think he should be below 40. So I think he's one of the youngest. One of the youngest.
Okay, the much you can remember, that will constitute less than 2%.
Yes.
Of all.
Yes.
Okay, I know that we have about 109 members of the Senate.
Yes.
How many young persons are there that are below 40? Can we remember any?
Very small. They're very small. Very significant. And they're mostly from the north.
Okay, those who are younger are mostly from the north.
Yes, because the north, they start early to give these younger persons their opportunities.
The opportunity and the
Here
orientation.
is a struggle.
Okay. I know also that we have about 360 members in the House of Representatives.
It's the same story.
How many younger people are there who are below 40?
It's insignificant.
Okay, let's come to the status of the Not Young to Run bill that was passed in a few years back. That bill, to the best of my knowledge, was passed. That bill was signed into law by late President Muhammad Buhari. 2018, around May, 13th of May, thereabout, 2018. What is happening to that bill as we speak? How many young persons are accessing that bill?
I think what is really happening to the bill right now is the nomination forms, the amount, because it's not just putting the bill there into law for young persons to come and contest in an election. How affordable are these forms for the youth? Check the nomination form let me not go to the presidency.
Before I continue, let me tell you the implication of that bill. That bill reduced the age with which you'll be eligible to contest for presidency from 40 to 35.
Yes.
That bill also reduced the age of Senate and gubernatorial elections from 35 to 30. That bill also reduced the House of Reps and State House of State assembly from 30 to 25. That means at 25 years you are fully eligible.
Yes.
At 30 years you are.
How many 25
At 35
years,
you can become the president.
How many 25 years have the money for the nomination?
I want to give you a scenario. I like being very practical. In Ebonyi State, I'm preparing for local government election. You know what APC, where the party begged their nomination form? 30 million naira.
Then how many 25 years old will have 30 million?
What's the position?
How many
Chairmanship.
45-year-olds?
Local government chairmanship. 30 million naira for the form.
Incredible.
How many 40-year-olds?
Who will pick that form that is doing into a legitimate business?
Then the president
30 million.
30 million naira.
Then the presidency is about 150 million in the last election.
Wow.
So which young person will pick that form to contest?
That is
When
25,
another
30
person that has the money will tell you, you don't have the money, why do you want to contest? Don't worry, let me to get to your turn. And then for you to plan to be a governor or House of Reps member, you have to steal to be able to make that amount of money to pick that form. What is now the future of the country? See, these things are not beyond policy. They are beyond just putting on paper, reducing the edges on paper. The party structure and arrangement is also a place where we need to also look at. They have made the party, they have structured the party in such a way that you are young. Yes, we know you are young, but wait. It is normal thing. Wait. These are people that will go first. It will get to your turn. When will it get to my turn? You turn around and still tell me that I'm leader of tomorrow. In fact, I think they mean that thing when they say we are leaders of tomorrow. They mean that we are leaders of tomorrow.
Because tomorrow never comes.
Because tomorrow never comes. Every day we are telling us we are leaders of tomorrow.
We've been singing this since primary school.
How many of these leaders can say, okay, let me step aside. Okay, look at the people who are contesting for presidents. How many of them is below 60 years? None. Does it mean there are no younger persons who can? Our president, for now, all over the world, we should look at presidential candidates who should be able to stand the test of everything at a global stage. I even believe that our leaders, at a certain stage, they should be given opportunity. A home should be created where they should be taken care of, not being forced around to hold powers. They should be consulted. I saw the day our brother, I saw the day the governor paid a visit to Senator, was it Ken Namani? I was not Ken Namani. From Jim Mobodo. I also saw when our brother, what's his name again? Uche Naji, came back and went to Jim Mobodo. What does it mean? He's a statesman. There's something they need, they are going to him. That's how our elders should be consulted. Not Jim Mobodo at this moment picking form that he wants to go to the Senate. He can still do it. You know it's possible.
There is dignity in retiring.
If the government, if the party gives him ticket now in Nigeria, they will carry him and say, go to the Senate to represent them.
Okay. You know, we are still talking about restrictions.
Yes, to this bill.
So I just made mention of the fee, the nomination fee attached, which is just.
I actually wanted you to make a juxtapose on something. I wanted to juxtapose between the bill that was passed, signed, one side, and then the nomination form that was hyped, almost impossible for the young people. Then look at the eligible year or age for presidency is 35, down to 25 for House of Assembly. Now, all of them that are running now, nobody is below 60. This means in all of those who are 50 years, all of Nigeria youths who are 50 years, nobody could pick the form. In all of the Nigerian youths who are 40 years, nobody could pick the form. In all of the Nigerian youths who are 35 years, nobody could pick the form. I want you to place it on the table and balance the question. Okay. Yes, come in if you can.
All right. So it's just like, let me just go a little bit backward. During the time of slavery, and then there's a big gully, and then they free the slaves at 12 midnight and say you're free to go, and there's no rope to cross. That's what is happening right now. So peradventure, you see a youth coming out to contest, and they need to get the money. They will be, well, am I permitted to talk about godfatherism here?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
There will definitely be some godfathers that are still dancing to the tune of the old war, right? That will fund these things. So when the young people get into power, they can't effect any changes because there are people that are
paying the piper to sing his tune, so the change will not. So you see a young person as a figurehead in office, sitting there, but the godfather that funded that office, Holy Spirit help me, is there paying him and telling him what to say because he doesn't have a mouth of his own. So I feel the challenge is financial barriers. That is one big challenge. If you really want the youth, and listen, if you say you have the youth at heart, why is the price so high?
Yes, another point is godfatherism. Like
Godfatherism.
Because if eventually the youth gets the form, there are high chances that somebody funded it. Because imagine, it's not getting the form, it's just, I know how much I spent during my election, you know, and I know party will also have a role to play also. People will come to sponsor, you know. Getting the form just 1%. The other things you need to do, print t-shirts, do campaign, billboards, polo.
Who is funding it?
But if Nigeria youths are as angry as you are, would they be ready to support a young person one way and the other way? One way, I mean 10, 20 or 30 of them contributing money to make up that amount.
Okay.
One trusted person should pick the nomination form.
And
they go out for campaign.
Can I say something?
Convince Nigerian youth and rest of other people to vote for this same person. Can that happen?
Can I say something? First of all, I commend the Nigerian youths. We are highly feared all over the world. The day I started valuing my worth, knowing my worth in Nigeria, when I entered Ghana, and once you mention, everybody is alert. Because there's a high reverence, respect, and there's a tilting that we could actually turn the other way, go south. I don't want to say that on national television, right? What I'm saying is that if the Nigerian youth decide to pick one person and do a GoFundMe to become part of the presidency, which was something like what happened with everybody rallied around P2B as of the time, right? The thing is that we may do that, but if there is no room up there, we can do all that. And I feel like the hope of the youth is crushed and broken. And especially as of the election, the last one they did, people have given up, people have lost faith. I'm going to say that here, right? So if for some reason some national lights and the youth rally again one more time to put their energy, their funds, their voice behind one person, and there's just one glimmer of hope, just like Ibrahim Traore, right, in Burkina Faso, there's just one glimmer of hope that we can make it. I'm sure the youth will be included. I'm sure they will see the light.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ndale, thank you. So that's one glimmer of hope. Upon that and on conclusive note, Aneke, I wanted to speak to Nigeria youth as well. Make it very brief because we are getting signals all over there.
All right. Thank you so much. Just like what she said, I believe the Nigerian problem is very systemic. In fact, it has been structured in a way to make a lot of things fail. Beyond picking forms, even if 100 youths contribute 100 billion, you move into the next phase. You do the primaries, the politicking that is involved, which is another uphill task. Why should we be that taskful? Why should we be that stressful? Why make it that difficult when you can make it very easy? If the political offices in Nigeria have not been so lucrative and attractive, many people will not be going to it. If it's reduced, made almost free, and you are being paid, maybe every month you are being paid 1,900,500,000 as a governor, as whatever, people will choose which positions they go for.
Don't forget you are concluding.
So
don't forget, make it brief.
Say, I want to encourage Nigerian youth and the Nigerian people, do not give up. For every unit, every space you are, keep on the experience they say we don't have. You keep on doing what you are doing, you'll be acquiring the experience.
Keep on doing what you are doing. You have acquired the experience. Then I know you have something to say, but please leave it for another day. Thank you so much. I have Ndale Modeve here. Ndale, thank you so much for coming. A global media and PR expert. And then I have Aneke Celestine Amechi here, a youth development enthusiast and the CEO 360 Media.
Thank you, sir.
Again, I have Kenneth Eze, who is the president Enugu State Young Farmers Association and director of the Directorate Agricultural National Youth Council of Nigeria. Thank you so much for being part of this program.
Thank you so much.
Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. We'll see you again.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach. Ramadan, a sacred season observed by millions of Muslims across the world, is more than a religious ritual. It is a period of discipline, reflection, and profound moral introspection. The 9th month of the Islamic calendar commemorates the revelation of the Quran to Prophet Muhammad. From dawn to sunset, adherents abstain from food, drink, and physical indulgences. Yet, beyond the visible act of fasting lies a deeper purpose: the refinement of character. Ramadan becomes a school of restraint in an age of excess, a lesson in empathy amid hardship, a test of patience in uncertain times. It is a month defined by generosity, compassion, and reconciliation. A season where spiritual devotion meets social responsibility. But the lesson of Ramadan extend beyond personal faith. They offer reflections with striking relevance, particularly for leadership in Nigeria. Discipline, a central pillar of fasting, mirrors the demands of governance. Effective leadership requires restraint, consistency, and principled decision-making. Empathy, sharpened by the experience of fasting, reminds leaders of the lived realities of citizens. Policies grounded in compassion foster trust and legitimacy. Integrity, deeply embedded in the spirit of Ramadan, speaks to sincerity and accountability, qualities that strengthen institutions and sustain democracy. And unity, a recurring theme of the season, underscores the enduring need for cohesion in a nation defined by diversity. For adherents, Ramadan is not passive observance, but active responsibility, a call to discipline, reflection, generosity, and ethical conduct. Its message resonates far beyond faith. Restrain excess, act with integrity, serve with empathy, lead with responsibility.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والكاتب لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. My Muslim and Christian brothers, I'm happy that I will want to read from the Holy Quran, from Surah number 1, that's chapter 1, verses 1 to 7. The beginning is Surah al-Fatiha al-Kitab, meaning Fatiha, or the opening of the chapter. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Praise be to God, the cherisher and sustainer of the worlds, most gracious, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. Thee do we worship, and thine aid we seek. Show us the straight way, the way of those on whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose portion is not wrath, and who go not astray. By the universal consent, it is rightly placed at the beginning of the Quran, as summing up in marvelously terse and comprehensive words man's relation to God in contemplation and prayer. In our spiritual contemplation, the first words should be those of praise. If the praise is from our inmost being, it brings us into union with God's will. Then our eyes see all good, peace, and harmony. Evil, rebellion, and conflict are purged out. They do not exist for us, For our eyes are lifted up above them in praise. Then we see God's attributes better. That is between verses 2 to 4. This leads us to the attitude of worship and acknowledgement, which is verse 5. And finally comes prayer for guidance and a contemplation of what guidance means. That's verses 6 to 7. God needs no praise, for he is above all praise. He needs no petition, for he knows our needs better than we do ourselves. And his bounties are open without asking, to the righteous and the sinner alike. The prayer is for our own spiritual education, consolation, and confirmation. That is why the words in this surah are given to us in the form in which we should utter them. When we reach enlightenment, they flow spontaneously from us. The Arabic words Rahman and Rahim, translated most gracious and most merciful, are both intensive forms referring to different aspects of God's attribute of mercy. The Arabic intensive is more situated to express God's attributes than the superlative degree in English. The latter implies a comparison with other beings or with other times or places, while there is no being like unto God, and he is independent of time and place. Mercy may imply pity, long-suffering, patience, and forgiveness, all of which the sinner needs, and God, most merciful, bestows in abundant measure. But there is a mercy that goes before even the need arises. The grace is ever watchful and flows from God most gracious to all his creatures, protecting them, preserving them, guiding them, and leading them to clearer light and higher life. For this reason, the attribute Rahman, most gracious, is not applied to any but God. But the attribute Rahim, merciful, is a general term and may also be applied to men. To make us contemplate these boundless gifts of God, the formula, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, is placed before every surah of the Quran, except the ninth, and repeated at the beginning of every act by the Muslim who dedicates his life to God and whose hope is in his mercy. Opinion is divided whether the Bismillah should be numbered as a separate verse or not. It is unanimously agreed that it is part of the Quran. Therefore, it is better to give it an independent number in the first surah. For subsequent surahs, it is treated as introduction or headline and therefore not numbered. The Arabic word Rabb or Rabbi, usually translated Lord, has also the meaning of cherishing, sustaining, bringing to maturity. God cares for all the worlds he has created. There are many worlds, astronomical and physical worlds, worlds of thought, spiritual worlds, and so on. In every one of them, God is all in all. We express only one aspect of it when we say in him we live and move and have our being. The mystical division between Nasut, the human world knowable by the senses, Malakut, the invisible world of angels, and Lahut, the divine world of reality, requires a whole volume to explain it. On realizing in our souls God's love and care, his grace and mercy, and his power and justice as ruler of the day of judgment, the immediate result is that we bend in the act of worship and see both our shortcomings and his all-sufficient power. The emphatic form means that only do we reach the position of worshiping God and asking for his help, but we worship him alone and ask for his aid only. For there is none other than he worthy of devotion and seek to help us. The plural we indicate that we associate ourselves with all who seek God, strengthening ourselves and strengthening them in a fellow of faith. If we translate by the English word guide, we shall have to say, guide us to and in the straight way. For we may be wandering aimlessly, and the first step to find the way, and the second need to keep in the way. Our own wisdom may fail in either case. The straight way is often the narrow way or the steep way, which many people shun. By the worst perversity, the straight way is sometimes stigmatized and the crooked way praised. How are we to judge? We must ask for God's guidance. With a little spiritual insight, we shall see which are the peoples who walk in the light of God's grace, and which are those that walk in the darkness of wrath. This also will help our judgment. Note that the words relating to grace are connected actively with God. Those relating to wrath are impersonal. In the one case, God's mercy encompasses us beyond our desert. In the other case, our own actions are responsible for the wrath, the negative of grace, peace, or harmony. There are two categories: those who are in the darkness of wrath and those who are stray. First are those who deliberately break God's law. The second, those who stray out of carelessness, diligence. Both are responsible for their own acts or omission. In opposition to both are those who are in the light of God's grace. For his grace not only protects them from active wrong or will only submit their will to him, but also from straying into paths of temptation or holiness. The negative gear should be construed as applying not to the way, but as describing protected from two dangers by God's grace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for listening. We shall continue in our next meeting. I pray that Almighty Allah should keep us together in peace and harmony. Everyone should strive hard and work for his own sustenance. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse.